Alrighty. We're just gonna continue. I'm gonna be doing the DLC stuff, and we're just gonna continue with Mr. Garfield. So, to do the DLC, you need to go to Dirtwater. I haven't actually done it before. And I know I said I wasn't gonna get the DLC, but it was $1.50 thanks to the Steam sale. So, come remain, give her an apple, and another, and another, and another. Friend of horses. Really like horses, and horses really like you. And it makes the horse inside you shine out. You don't need the DLC to do this. I just kept going to do it. Give her some peanut butter. Sticky peanut butter makes fish flap her lips open and close her mouth. Hello, my friend. It sure is uncanny how it looks like you're actually speaking. You've been a very good friend. Would you like to know the great big secret about the nature of the afterlife? Oh gosh, buddy. Well, okay, sure, lay it on me. Basically, there's no god and no one's in charge. It's pretty much anarchy out back there. Albeit sleepy, vague anarchy, where everyone just sort of wanders around. I mean, around. Well, that's good to know, and by good I mean weird. Thanks. See you later, fish. So, if you get Friend of Horses, you get more XP when you give them peanut butter. Um, but you get EXP either way. And the DLC starts when you go to here. There's a weird ghostly carriage here. Get in? Heck yeah. You hop in the ghostly carriage, which seems to support your and Gary's weights. Well enough. Invisible driver yells, "Yeah!" Cracks an invisible whip and an invisible horse snorts. Carriage starts moving and soon you're out of sight of Dirtwater. Exciting. Hitching a ride in a ghost carriage. Reckonin at Gun Manor. T-Gun & Co. Limited. A thick gray fog envelops the carriage and you lose all sense of time and space. Eventually the fog clears and the carriage parks near a very large and ornate mansion. A disembodied voice calls out, "All out for Gun Manor, last stop." The house isn't on any map you've ever seen, and if it's on the map you haven't seen, well, that map ain't doing too good. Doing you ain't good. Probably take that coach back to Dirtwater if you wanted. Stay here. Wow, this is the biggest house I've ever seen. It is a very bigness. How many goblins could living in that house? Is that a rhetorical question? You guys even have those? What? Like a question that you ask intentionally without intending to actually get an answer? What? Never mind. Well, it's a lady carrying some weird equipment. Excuse me, do you work here? Who, me? No. Nuts. I can't find any employees in the gift shop either. I haven't even started this job yet. It's already a pain in my neck. What's wrong? Can't get inside. Mrs. Gunn hired me to come out here and deal with a bunch of spooks that are haunting the place. Can't do that if I can't even get in the front door, though. Who's Mrs. Gunn? You never heard of Terry Gunn? Should I have? Well, I would think so. She's a pretty famous inventor. You've got her best known invention hanging there on your belt. She invented belt buckles? Wow. Guns. She invented guns. Oh. Spooks? Like ghosts? Exactly like that. Yep. 13 of them, according to my instrument school. Lawrence Cunningham. Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services. That's me. Also, the volume is still fucked up. I need to fix it. Interesting. Well, you annihilate them with science. Guess that's... I was gonna guess that. Weird kind of rifle-like contraption you're carrying. Yeah, shoot science. What's wrong with the front door? Front door? Well, it's, locked. No, not locked. No, so what's the problem? Okay, see, I'm a ghost hunter. I ain't a spider hunter. I don't hunt spiders at all. There's a huge, gross, hairy-fanged, drooling giant spider in the foyer. So until I either find another way in or find someone else to take care of that spider hunting side of the business, I'm staying right the frig out here, okay? I do. I can see you feel pretty strongly about this. I do. Maybe I can help you out. Hey, that'd be swell. You know, you look reasonably tough and or wily. Why don't we team up? I'll handle the ghosts and you can handle the things that aren't ghosts. Okay, let's go. Okay, Florence, let's go. Roger, copy. It's Garfield, actually. Oh no, the music's just kind of loud. For my instruments, there are 13 ghosts left on the premises. 4 on the first, 4 on the second, and 5 on the third. I want to deal with the spider so we can get the show on the road. I'm ready. Kneel time. Permanent plaque about the hedge maze. Bronze plaque reads: The Gun Manor hedge maze was erected in 1888 for the entertainment of guests and the family's then 2 daughters. You're welcome to meander its path, though we recommend caution during the winter. Well, that is pasted a handwritten note. I actually recommend staying out altogether because some crazy wizard moved in and has been animating the shrubs. Danger. Weird. Would you look at that crazy thing? Jeez. Dive in. Science pistol. Match confused leaf. Hooray. It's a decent amount. We'll go butterbean and yodel. Tokens only. Make a wish. Requires a token. Okay. Past here is just nothing. Where is this place? This bush seems to be full of pinto and kidney beans. He didn't think those grew on bushes, and he especially didn't think they both grew on the same bush. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm out here again, I guess. These things are more aggressive than most of the foliage you encounter, except maybe that holly bush you fell into when you were 3. Fight. 46 to 99, 51 to 104. Gary. Damn. A hedge goblin. Ooh, thanks. You'd think a gal could sit and eat her lunch in a weird hedge maze without being accosted by monsters. What is the world coming to? Said it. You said it. Is it safe to go? I should get back to work. What do you do here? I work in the visitor centers. I run the token smashing machine. We sell this little brass token stamped with the museum logo. You can either use them in the wishing well, or run them through a machine that rolls them out flat and stamps the museum logo onto them. That's my job. Stamps the museum logo onto them. Again? Yeah, but they're longer after that. Huh. Yeah, you should be fine. Delay leaves. Get it? Leaves. Must be that hedge wizard. Hedges, heed my call. Spooky damaged. Only succeeded in kicking the head wizard's ass down the road a ways. It's still pretty satisfying. Let's chase that jerk down. Big Topiary W. Maybe it stands for why would someone make a big Topiary W? input points into grits so I get more health. Well, he didn't get. At least he didn't run very far. Not far enough by far. Find him and end it. Because he ran away again. Like a little bitch. Okay, Lava Fava will actually end up outclassing. H is for hedge, probably. Okay, at this point he's got nowhere left to run to. Well, assuming that weird portal thing behind him is exit only. Oh, that's not good. Okay, no, we'd only deal 6 damage there. Angry. We're still only level 1 angry. Thankfully. I don't know what damage type that was, or what they were attacking through. Probably was Moxie, but... Really, I should probably have Gary summon Gary Jr., but... Ah, damn it. Oh well. I should have had Gary kicking. Hedge Wizard's Journal, Hedge Wizard's Orb, offhand 10 Mysticality and 17 Armor. Orb of the Mystical believes from whence the Hedge Wizard derived all his powers, unless it was one of those magic was inside you all along scenarios. Someone has scrawled private, do not read, HW, on the spine of this journal. Hooray. Okay. 13 spell damage. That's a lot of armor. And so I'll lose a little bit of damage, but I'll take a little bit less now. Full of terrible poetry. Here's an example. Everlasting shrubbery, nobly leaf crown. Comes all joy, sweet thy fragrance, wondrous thy strength. Namaste, my lord. Alrighty then. So that is east, north, west, south, west, north. Hedge Wizard's Secret Stash, Treasure Chest of Goblin Manufacture. Hedging your bets. Book the Hedge Wizard used to earn enough meat to become a wizard. The terminology is just a fun coincidence. Hedging your bets, plus 20 to meat games. Read the book and learn about all the things that financial responsibility and decorative horticulture have in common. Nice. After reading the book, you decide to make some budget cuts, but you mistake the book for your budget and cut it into pieces instead. Aww. Hedge orb vibrates as you bring it near the portal. Maybe if we then put our sea skull back on, does it change? Yes, but invoke it. Is it just infinite fights? just infinite fights. HWO, Hedge Wizard. So a Hedge Wizard is used in, I think, for like some fantasy settings, and it is, I don't know how to describe it. Kind of a shitty wizard or an unaffiliated wizard, something like that. Hedge Wizard's aura starts vibrating as you get close to the weird human-shaped bush. Touch it. Hedge straightens up and speaks. Not you again. Wait, you're not him. Shoo. Nope, I'm Garfield. Nice to meet you. I'm the Hedge. The Hedge? Yeah, the Hedge, source of all the magic in the maze. Yada yada. Boy, I can't tell you how glad I am to see someone besides that dorky wizard. Did you? Yep. I took care of him. Thank you. I made the mistake of granting him a boon, and he started treating me like a god or something. Coming around day after day, prostrating himself before me like a huge dweeb. Just awful. I mean, sure, I'm powerful and all that, but it's not like I did anything to get this way. I mean, I'm rooted to the ground, for heaven's sake. I just grew this way. Anyway, you mentioned a boon? Oh, sure. I guess I owe you that much for getting rid of that clown. Here you go. Boon of the Hedge, +3 to the 3 M's. Thanks. Don't mention it. Now, I should be getting back to my business here. You can see yourself out, right? Yep, bye. Neat. The Visitor Center. Oh, hey, thanks again for rescuing me from that hedge maze. Hello. Either I forgot to ask what you do here, or I've already forgotten. We're on this token smashing machine. If you buy one of the commemorative tokens from the other machine over there, I can put it rolled out flatter, stamp it with our logo on one side and a fun picture on the other. No thanks, because I don't have one. Crank is missing from this record player. There's nobody here to validate you, parking or otherwise. Genuine Gun Manor souvenir tokens. Just make your wishes come true. Just 400 meat. Negotiate a big deal. Starting to play business acumen, you convince the machine to give you a discount. You redeem for one souvenir, seems like they've cut it out a step and just sold you a souvenir directly. Another discount token. Sure. Old frame photograph of Mrs. Gunn on the wall with a little explanatory plaque underneath it. Photograph is of young Mrs. Gunn smiling as she accepts a fancy trophy from a man in a suit. Frowning man wearing a lab coat standing behind her. Plaque reads, Terry Gunn, an assistant accepting the 1869. Why didn't we think of that award for excellence in inventing from National Academy of Profitable Science? NAPS. Info. The only info we know about is no one's staffing it. Fortunately, there's nobody here to sell you a snack right now. Phone counter is unattended, and you don't know how to use this kind of camera. Nothing, so you're gonna have to wait until someone you can pay before you gain into this cavity. Uncharacteristically, the IRS actually added 50% to the sign. Souvenirs. Sure. Let's do a magical rifle. There's little sparklies around. That's how you know it's magical. Probably also shoots beams, but that isn't in the picture. 10 mysticality and 17 spell damage. Thanks. No thanks. Fuck it. Glass cannon. Try the handle on the front door. It doesn't seem locked, but some kind of force is holding it shut. Yeah, some ghost is playing tricks on you, because I know you ain't packing science. Stand back, I got this. Florence unlimbers her weird rifle and fires a short burst of swirling light into the doorknob. You hear an eek sound from inside the door swings open. Works every time. There's a spider. House tricks. There it is. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Okay, dang. Just be a tiny bit cool about it. Will you kill it? Don't seem that scary. Exterminate it. Small, non-threatening spider. See, that wasn't so bad. Easy for you to say. Okay, Lava Fava is better than Grin Skull now. They do the same damage, but Lava Fava sets them on fire. Spend points and also take less damage, and the eyes follow you. What's cracking, Florence? You raise an eyebrow and advances more weird instruments. According to my weird machines, yep. Thanks, talk to you later. What? Teresa Terry Gunn, 1847, built the stately, if architecturally unusual, manor house in her late 70s, completed in 1877. Using the proceeds from her famous invention, the gun. After her retirement in 1891, she gracefully opened many of the rooms to the public as a museum and historical center. Fancy new electrical floor lamp. Radiator is cold as a radiator when the boiler isn't working. So, this, I'm just realizing, is probably all a big reference to the Winchester Mystery House. Carriage house door is locked. Not no more. Ooh, they had their own custom stagecoaches. Have to book in this one. More advanced beancraft. Unless they added new ones, I'm just getting XP. Something on the floor of this one. A hammer. Already had one. Nice coaches. So lathe, now we're getting lather over it. Boring tools, like drills and awls. Tools for boring. There's a guy slouching around here smoking a cigarette. Ah, yeah. Hey, sup? Do you work here? Are you a parking attendant or something? Yeah, I guess. I validate people's parking lot. That, can you? I'm on break. Oh. Well, really, everyone's on break, kind of. What do you mean? A whole bunch of ghosts showed up in ghost carriages. All of a sudden, everyone's either hiding out or kidnapped. I got here in a ghost carriage. Oh man, did I die somewhere and not notice? Am I a ghost? I jabs your forehead with one finger. Ow. Nope. Into it. But what if I put on this? Now, will you get back to work? Okay, well, you should probably get back to work now. Yeah, why is that? Because I'm going to rescue all the other employees. If they come back and catch you slacking off, they'll be ticked. Aw, jeez. Okay, fine. Just let me finish this smoke before you go getting all heroic. What was I wearing? The spittoon? Yeah. I need more nails. There are edge clippers. My uncle used to refer to these things as shrub scissors. These ones look like a pretty effective tetanus delivery device. 10 poison to an enemy. Useful here. More nails and nearly empty herbicide can. Would have been useful for going into the hedge maze, but... Oh! Oh no, it's so scary. Anyways, actually going in the building now. Is the intercom? The intercom is making annoying humming and crackling noise. Press the talk button. Hello? Hell. Ghost just said help me, spooky. Pretty sure that's not a ghost, the intercom's just busted. Try again. That's low who bzzzt, Miss Gun? No, I Miss Gitchy. I mean, that would have been a pretty good joke if the intercom wasn't broken. Mrs. Gunn? I don't get it. Mrs. Gunn, do you know what your intercom is broken? You'll have My intercom is... Are we gonna just do these old vaudeville gags all day? What do you mean it's old? It's 1895. Vaudeville is at its peak. Never mind. It's as cold as a federal Grand Administrator's heart in here. I wonder what's causing that. You don't think it's, all the ice? Nah, you got it backward. The ice couldn't be here if it wasn't cold to begin with. That's science. Maybe the house's heat got shut up somehow. Better see if there's a furnace or boiler or something. It'd probably be in the basement. Alright, let's have a look around. The whole left half of the house is filled with ice. It's pretty cool. Pretty chill. Painting's only kind of good. One of those round fruits. Our sight isn't good enough to really examine this painting. Parlor Cella. Door is barred. Disbar it. What's that, Swords? Oh, holy jeez, look at all these spiders. Yeah, there's a surprising number of them, huh? Listen, I'm gonna stand over here and hyperventilate. You go on ahead and if you need anything, feel free to come back over here and tell me about it. Fine. Those boring looking people you don't recognize. Paint. Paint something on the wall. Ah! What horrors lurk inside this thing? It needs 45 muscle. Egg omelet. Spider egg omelet. Sorry. Blob of spider web. And miscellaneous spider parts. Probably get another 2 levels, but I'll just upgrade my thing to better suited. Change my hat. Double silk pantaloons, 10 moxie and 20 cold resistance. It's a nice pair of silk pants before it got another layer of silk added to it by Spider. Now it's a very nice pair of silk pants. It's bones. Well, bones and pants. Where is my spittoon? Good news is there's only one spider. The bad news is that it's huge. Oh dang, it's faster than us. Or it's just programmed to summon before you can act. PieSafe is really working overtime. What with all the spiders? Spider part. Oh, you. Whoever used to be in this pie has been replaced by teeming swarms of offspring of the spider who ate it. Look, even more spiders. Okay, this is just ridiculous. Whoa, they're quick. This isn't good. 1-to-1. Gary Jr., go! Make short work of those long-legged nasty. In a medium amount of time, too. Fine. Go Bean Golem because it can be done. Gee, someone's trapped in this cocoon. Cut them loose. It's a mannequin? Boy, Spider must have been super disappointed. Why was it moving? Previous mannequin from before. Oh, yes. What was I saying? Might as well start using the Bean Golem since it can be done without taking up your turn. And it's another thing to distract enemies with until he's actually strong enough to do anything. Fermented spider blood. Sounds disgusting. A glob of spider blood. The reason you carry around is that the outermost layer of it is clotted slightly and formed a kind of rubbery skin you can use to carry around the rest of it. Gross. Vile miscellaneous spider eyes, chitin legs, and organs. Never know what you might need to make something terrible, I suppose. Takes more than 3 huge spiders to stop you from killing everything you meet. 4, maybe. Large-ish bean golem. Hole contains an approximately an infinite number of spiders. Pull some out to fight them. No thanks. Someone's been cocooned by spiders. Hey, are you okay in there? What? What? I can't understand you. Hang on, I'll poke your mouth hole. There, you were saying? Hi, hello, salutations. Hey, are you okay? I've certainly been better. What happened? Practicing my greetings. I'm the museum greeter. Is that something that requires a lot of practice? Practice makes perfect, right? There's an old mannequin down here that's pretty good for practicing on. We've met. Anyway, a bunch of giant spiders nabbing from behind. It was quite a surprise. I would imagine so. Probably go back to work. Wouldn't be right to allow visitors to go hungry. Can you let me out of the cocoon? Sure. Cut open the sticky cocoon, freeing the trapped museum greeter. Phew, thanks. The path to the stairs is clear, so you shouldn't have any trouble getting out. Great, stop by the entrance later and give you the official greeting. Job well done. Spider eggs got scrambled up and cooked somehow while you were fighting it. Not sure where the plate came from, though. That's fair. Big sticky glob of spiderweb, which you kept, presumably in case you run out of meat when it comes time to buy Halloween decorations. Possibly. Boiler is cold and an indicator for a coal tank is pointing to E. We'll stick it here, but since boiler isn't on, won't do much of anything. What's the buzz? Yep. Killed all the spiders, coast clear. Well, not all of them, just the ones down here in the cellar. Assuming no more come out of that big hole in the wall that seems to contain an infinite number of them. Okay, so percentage-wise, you killed basically 0? Yeah, I guess you put it that way. Practice greeting it. What's shaking? Sup? Howdy. How you doing? Hi there. How you doing? Hi. Hey ya. Sup? Hi. Welcome. Hey. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, whoops. Guess this does take some practice after all. Just trying to see if you get anything after if you do this a whole bunch. Nope. Not really. Gun Manor coal bin. Holler for Florence if she comes over you. Oh, whoa, Nelly, hold on a second. That's a ghost. Those things are dangerous. I was expecting to see any of these here. What, you're a ghost hunter? You're not specific. You're here specifically to hunt ghosts. No, not. That's just ghosts. This is a ghost. A greater haunt originating from spectral transmissions. Totally different from a ghost. Except for the name, you mean? Anyways, these things can be pretty tough. Heck, I knew I should have brought a bismuth bomb. A what bomb? Bismuth, sort of silvery metal that screws spectral energy the way iron does with magnetic energy. So where do we get a bismuth bomb? Bismuth. Normally I make them myself in my lab. Well, so much for that idea then. Let's come back later. Full shoot, shoot on up it. Back of Gun Manor. Huge amount of food in various stages of decay makes someone's trying to start a compost heap. That would be terrible explanation anyway. Investigate. Jumbo shrimp fork. Find a single item of non-trash. Deal extra damage against cows and other demonic creatures. Fork is too large to even the largest possible shrimp with, and it's made out of solid silver. Remains of coal delivery man. Bones are charred as though he were burned in some sort of coal man stove. Gun Manor carriage house key. Do not duplicate. Good thing key copying machines haven't been invented yet. It smells like coal, but it's empty. Like my soul. Oh, we're back in the hedge maze. Somehow I never noticed that. Just don't have any meat. Enough meat for another token. Plot co-lock. Hey, lucky for us, I have a key for every model they make. Florence fumbles a giant keyring out of her pocket and finds the one that unlocks the door for you. Head on in. Oh hey, a lab, check it out. Starts excitedly poking around workbenches and shelves. been doing some really good science down here. I don't even recognize half the stuff. Okay, well, don't accidentally blow us up or anything. Just relax. I have an advanced degree in tinkering and fiddling. Uh-huh. That's a symbol for Taurus, isn't it? Assume these 3 boxes all contain the same thing, but you don't know what it is. Workbenches littered with scrap metal and little canisters labeled bismuth. Do not eat. Hey Florence, can you make a bisquick bomb out of this stuff? Bismuth, come on man, it says right on the containers. Fine, fine, can you make it though? Hell yeah, I can. Stand back and watch a master at work. Stand back. This is a bomb which Florence assures you is safe unless you're a coal-based phantasm, you're not one of those, as far as you know. Lawrence goes to town with a hammer and pliers and comes back with metal sphere. It has a grinning skull painted on and a big red button on the side. That's properly intimidating, at least it ain't just a pretty face. Chart with all 76 elements on, including rhodium, molybdenum, and cesium. They even left room for the ones that haven't been discovered yet, like californium, coaxium, and swersium. Workbench with a device on it. Clearly has a purpose, but you can't fathom what it is. Maybe that blueprint could help you out? Some kind of complicated blueprint. It's a device for reducing the loudness of gunfire. A silencer, if you will. Look over at the tools on the bench. You definitely make a silencer here. The first thing you'll need is a diameter cylinder. Maybe tin can? You'll need some stuffing to pad out the inside. That's gonna be tricky to find. Box of science stuff, science do 8 keys. Gunsmithing tools and supplies. Don't really know much about gunsmithing, so you just randomly cram pieces together until you'll have something gun shaped. The worst gun. Who's got 2 thumbs and is lucky they haven't shot him off yet because of this inexpertly constructed gun? You. First aid, expensive medicine. So expensive it has a gold cross on the label. Wowee. I'm still not sure why you decided to paint that. It's funny. Pulls up the bismuth bomb and gives you an excited look. I changed my mind, let's just fight it. Insubstantial. Free. All damage against this target is reduced. Bean Golem. Dark Howdy. And Gary Blast. Butterbean. Okay, I think it can only take 3 damage at a time, is the issue. Yeah. This might take a while. Dust to dust. Hooray. Found something for you, science junk. Found scientific looking stuff you might be interested in. Science Oswaldium coated diode. Neat. Hatches one of the science dude keys to her weird backpack. Gun damage has been increased. Enlightenment field skill. Okay. We'll keep saving up to get coal shoot. Shoot on right. Coal shoot. Seems that this machine is designed to suck up coal and send it to the wall, but then again, you're no expert in matters of coal or sucking. That's correct. I do not suck. He disappoints so many kids on Crimbo morning with this amount of coal. This isn't just a trickle of coal, it's a whole huge pile. Coal is funkier than coal from Mecca, but not as funky as coal from Medina. Coal in a weird machine now, so everything we should be ready to go, or whatever the machine does. The boiler is off, coal tank is fuel. All you need now is press the button. Press it then. Tank full of coal begins to burn. Full spigot, making hot mud. Boo. Ah! Turn on the boiler, solve our ice problem. Scientific hypothesis has been proven to connect, but we didn't have direct evidence connecting the ice to the. When you try and pull a post hoc ergo proper hoc on me, propter hoc, I'll shoot you with my science rifle. In that case, I totally agree. Let's hunt some ghosts. Heck yeah. That's it. Tea cart. Tea service. Teapot, some cups on paper tray. Just add a bunch of imaginary friends and you got a tea party. Sofa with some nice throw pillows on it. Paying an elephant would love this. Still life of a fruit, technically. There's a ghost mumbling and muttering and yammering something about eggs. Interpret his destroying ravings. Hang on a sec. You tried to poach an egg by shooting it? For dadgum, yes, that's what I did. Of course, I did that. That's how you poach an egg. Papa didn't raise no fuel, but dadgum first looking her egg roll down the way of the bullet. Rips it off the bottom of the crock pot and got between the peepers. Forget dadgum. That's not how you poach an egg. What are you talking? Why are you talking out of your head like that? Of course it is. No, it ain't. Dadgum, boy, me and my pappy and his pappy been poachers all lives. Ain't no poaching you ever will. Okay, but it's not the same kind of poaching. What's all this dadgum sass much talking, boy? Poaching's poaching. I'm going to prove you so wrong as soon as I figure out how. Ah, somebody left the ice room door open. Explains the ice. Go inside. Hi, excuse me. You seem to be trapped in a block of ice. That was just what I want to talk to you about, actually. Can you get me out of here somehow? Besides the whole frostbite thing, I'm supposed to be running the elevator. There aren't any proper stairs in this crazy place, so that's kind of important. Can get you out with magic? What about a whole lot of fire? Sort of magic used to blow up monsters? Because I don't. That doesn't sound safe to me. Hey, relax. I'm an expert. I've got at least rank 3. I don't know what that means. Is that a lot? So I'm a huge mystical lava fava and managed to get it at just the right angle to melt the ice quickly without burning the woman trapped inside. I worried there for a second, but thanks. I'd better get back to my elevator. If you want to go up or down with that limited range, come find me. I'll hook you up. Or down. Job well done. Magic Mech Tech Brand Deep Freeze Unit. Frozen stuff. I'll prove eventually, somehow. Still the life of a fruit. Dining room. Oh! We're fine. Also grabbing his face with invisible food, Baki. It's invisible food. Invisible food. It's what it's all about. Practice manners. Hey, buddy. Hey. Oh. Come on, at least use a napkin or stick your pinkies out or something. Oh, sorry about that. I'm just so hungry. What's going on here? Invisible food. Murray doesn't know how to make ghost food, so he's just giving me imaginary food and hoping I won't know the difference. I feel kind of bad about dragging him into this mess up. I've been pretending to eat it, so humor him. I'm starving. Some actual ghost food? Maybe I can help you out. Oh god, yes. Specifically, what I want is a bowl of chili. A bowl of chili without gun. Okay, a what? So I'm crazy. Guess it's probably because of how I died. How did you die? Seeing some chili in it. Had a gun in it. Did you choke? What? No, went off, shot me to death. Why did look? All I know is I need to eat a bowl of gunless chili in order to satisfy my hunger and pass on the afterlife. Okay, I'll see what I can do. One of the museum staff is practically serving empty plates to the ghost, who is politely pretending to shovel the food by the fistful. Seems too busy to talk to you. Okie dokie. Dessert cart. Small blowtorch. Not entirely dessert. It's only dessert of desserts, just desserts. Little blowtorch used for making fancy desserts such as creme brulee, torch Alaska, burnt cake, and ruined tiramisu. Could have probably used that to unfreezify the one lady, but nah. Thanks for your help back in the freezer. This is the elevator. Unfortunately, all we can go is the second floor. Why just the second floor? One for the third floor is missing. I'll bet anything the old housekeeper took it and hid in some hilarious place. She loved wordplays. That's why they fired her. That and all the stealing important things and hiding them. Actually, I'll stay on this floor for now. I need an egg. Welcome to Gun Manor Visitor Center. My reading now stands perfectly silent. Barking validation. Look, I know it's you. Hey, are they letting you smoke in here? Let's just say they haven't successfully stopped me. Sneak off the carriage house to smoke if you can do it in here while you're working. I'll give you a hint. I don't like working. You validate my parking? And you say you got here in a ghost carriage? That's right. Those don't actually take up space, so it doesn't count as park. Oh, never mind then. I guess only thing to do is go to the second floor. Also, I can leave this hat on. Less changing for puzzles, and I can change back to attack for hat. What? Changed my hat back to attack. Messy striped black brightness on a dark background. Don't know what these cans mean, but you know it mean it 12 times. Abstract buddies. Library. A book. It's a terrible thing to not read. What does this switch do? Ah! Big dictionary on a pedestal. Could come in handy if someone tells you to look some up in your funkin' woggles. Slow cooked by immersion in water to shoot an animal belonging to the king. See, told you ghosts in the kitchen there were two meanings. You can tear out the page so you can prove it to him. Dictionary page lists all the various definitions of the word poach. Leave the dictionary. Ghost librarian is glaring at you as if daring to make a noise. Excuse me, but shh. Okay, I was just shh. Okay, Jesus is good. I suppose it will do. Now, what was your question? I don't remember anymore. I was wondering how you died. I was wondering how you died if it's not too personal. Got the crossberry wearing a parachute out. Wow, what happened? A pair of ruffians got in a heated argument over the comparative elements of Anton Chekhov versus Henry Ibsen, and they started shooting. I attempted to step in and stop them. I simply won't buy the gunfire in my library. That's far too loud. Gibson versus Chekhov, huh? What was their point of contention? I don't recall, just remember the Chekhov panic. Howdy, remember that gun I showed you in Act 1? For the opening part. The noise was just dreadful. That was your only objection to the noise? Quite sufficient. I won't tolerate noise of any strike, and certainly not gunfire. I'll see what I can do. You make the silenter. Okay, my headset crapped out again. I've got it fixed. Just need to take a second to fix the audio for the game. I love my shitty headset that works some of the time. Okay. I'm hearing it now, but you're not. Okay. There we go. Can you help me with some library stuff? Could you perhaps be more specific? Looking for a book on a specific topic? Afraid our card catalog is out being reorganized. Someone sorted all the cards by call number instead of title or author, which made it quite useless. You'll have to search the stacks manually. I'll get started. You'll have to find a book on a similar topic to what you're looking for. Its call number will direct you to other books on that topic. Okay. Can you precise definition of word? Dictionary over there. Probably is a few years out of date, so it doesn't have technocracy, secular humanism, or brunch yet. Should be sufficient for your purposes. Great, thanks. Some of that delicious paste. Paste is for book repairs, not for eating. Aw, please? Oh, shucks. No idea where to even start. There's a guy lying here, trapped under a large book. You, okay there? Shh, no talking back there. Sorry. Take a closer look. Turns out to be a book about geology. It's bound in stone, and it appears each chapter is devoted to a different type of stone, and it's printed on slabs of the stone in question. That's actually pretty cool. It would weigh a ton, but move the book. Thanks. I'd never get out from under there. At least now I know the particular type of granite described on that one page. How did you get trapped like that in the first place? Well, I work the info desk at the visitor center, so on my breaks I like to research different kinds of info, you know, just in case anyone asks. Guess you never know someone might ask you about rocks? Exactly. Oh man, I'm late getting back. Thanks again. Feel free to stop my counter if you have any questions. Sure thing. And we didn't get exploded by the ghost librarian for talking. Gallery. Bow. Oh. Bunch of T's in different typefaces. Hats. This one more avant-garde, I guess. These are the three kinds of tattoo that have been invented so far. So T's, ats, tats, stats. Statistics about the gallery. Gallery statistics. TS's 8, ats 9, tats 3, stats 7, states 45, statues 3, statutes 69,105. Fascinating. States. List of all 45 states, including Illinois, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Wonder what will get annexed next. Maybe it'll be the next New Dakota territory. Like I said, there were only 3 statues in here. Peer closely at the statues until you find the one that you're pretty sure is just a guy covered in flour. Hey buddy, what are you doing? I'm 95% certain you're your real person, not a statue. What are you up to? Statue, go away. Okay, now I'm 99% sure. Go away. What's your name? Paul, go away. Hi Paul, I'm Garfield. What are you doing? I'm pretending to be a statue so the ghost won't get me. Go away, you'll blow my cover. I'll see what I can do. It's boring laws from before the cows came home and everything got fun again. More laws, each more complex and boring than the last. Smorgasbord of legalese and you're not hungry. Where are you? Objection! Where are you objecting to? Your face. Overruled. What's your problem anyway? It's legal stuff. You'll never understand. Now you gotta try me. Why was maximum legal caliber for a civilian handgun? 800. 800. Try again when you actually know anything about gun law or anything nuts. Was I close? Gun law. Bomb edge of this frame looks thicker than the others. Edges. Fond of these bronze. Painting of a complicated shape. Gun Manor restroom. Old-timey ointment. Medicinal ointment old enough that contains every single ingredient the government has ever banned. Flush it. Take that, irresponsible wealth. Indulge it. Warm bathtub. Faucet is really high and there's a curtain around. Take the curtain. Shower curtain. It's just white sheet. The shower was invented so recently they haven't figured out how these things should be yet. Hanging with some folks at a cafe back east. Guest rooms. Room 1. Door is barred, and therefore so are you from entering. Unbar it. Ghostly clerk runs or hovers quickly over to you. Oh no, dear. I'm sorry, I can't let you do that, Star Fox. Why not? What's in there? Customer. He hasn't paid his bill, so I was forced to lock him in there until he does. I know that seems mean, but one has to take a firm hand with these things. How much does he owe you? 1,000 meat. How's he supposed to pay the meat if you won't let him get out? Fair question, but that's on him, I'm afraid. Oh well. The store is locked. Not no more. Table is stationary, but there's no stationery on it. Around the vanity doesn't work. Nice landscape painting on the wall. Painting of the countryside is nice. There's nothing very interesting about it. Looks the sort of thing you'd see hanging over the place in a mid-priced hotel room or a bed and breakfast, come to think of it. It's a little weird that it's hanging over a stepladder instead of the bed. Maybe the last person was a really short art aficionado. Take a closer look. Happy little trees. Oh hey. According to the signature, it's an original Darius Klieg. You've never heard of him. No, now that you're looking at it closely, it seems the painting is sticking out from the wall more than you would expect. Take it off the wall. Well, what do you know? There's another painting underneath it. A painting of a safe. The house must be really old if it's got jokes of this vintage. It's a fairly realistic look painting of a wall safe. Ce n'est pas un coffre-fort. I don't speak French. Take off the wall. Take the wall safe painting off the wall. Behind it, of course, is a wall safe. Of course. Crack that safe. It's empty apart from a rolled up poster of Rita Hayworth. Search it anyway. Determined not to have gone through all this nonsense for nothing, carefully search the empty safe. Eventually there's a click, and the back of the safe swings open, revealing a secret passage. Guess that explains the stepladder. Finally. Dangerously sharp leaves. You should leave them alone. Room number 3. Sewing kit. So it is. Yeah, good one. I'm glad you think so. Homophonious nature of so-and-so is certainly right for puns. Yes? Is that so? Yes, very good, very funny. Listen, are you gonna loot this container or what? Why so serious? Why so serious? You're kind of driving the joke into the ground now. It's getting really tiresome. Not really tiresome, only so-so. Just, come on, this is totally stopping funny. Is that so? Yes, yes it is. Are you just messing with me? Do you not want it? Is that what this is? I do want it. I want it so bad. Look, Garfield, you're starting to get on my nerves now. So what? So what? There's an item in there that you need for progression at this point. I'm sorely tempted to not give it to you. So don't give it to me then. Oh God, just take it, okay? Take it and get the hell out of the script. Elevator button. Thank you so much. Little button labeled Chicago International Passenger and Freight Elevator Manufacturing Inc. Established 1857. They started abbreviating things at the end because they were running out of room. Armoire is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Go through it. Room 4. Canyon nightstand. Sugar guns and sugared pork balls. Has bed but no door. Bedroom and not a door room. Oh dear, welcome my little B&B. Would you care for a room? No thanks, I won't be staying that long, hopefully. Wait a minute, yes? What's B&B stand for? Boo and breakfast. Oh yeah, that's what I was expecting. Why do you say your B&B? This isn't your house? Oh, I know, dear, but nobody was using these guest rooms, and there were ghosts hovering around with nowhere to be, and I got feeling homesick for the little B&B I used to run when I was alive, so I thought Mrs. Gum probably wouldn't mind. See, fair enough. Happen to be right. Oh, it was such a foolish accident. I had a guest I was suspicious of. Nervous, twitchy little man. I might be mixed up in something bad. One evening I was passing by his room, I gave in to temptation, peeped in on him through the keyhole. See anything? Well, only for a moment. He's cleaning a small pistol, and I suppose I must have made noise, because he suddenly jumped and the gun went off. And hit you? That's right through the keyhole. That's how I died, in fact. Geez, I'm sorry. Thank you, dear, but it's alright. It serves me right for spying on a guest. That's how I look at it. Is that what's keeping you here, guilt? Nope, I think I paid quite sufficiently for that transgression. What then? Well, I don't want to go to heaven missing an eye. It won't be nice without depth perception. So you need a new eye? Yes, do you think you can help me? I'll keep an eye out. You mean I'll see what I'll buy. Start to open the door, the clerk swoops in and blocks your way. Sorry, dear, can't have you go wandering there. Why not? Tenant, they pay for the room and seem rather quiet private sorts, so I won't have you disturbing them. Ah, fine. Well, it's a good thing we can just crawl through here. And then through here. Oh there, are you here to laugh at me? Huh? No, not at all, I wouldn't do that. Of course you wouldn't. Nobody ever laughs. I never made a single person laugh in my entire career. That's a left turn I wasn't expecting. What was your career? I used to design gags and novelties, but I was terrible at my job. I couldn't come up with a single novel idea. This conversation seems oddly familiar. See, even my presence is unoriginal. It's being too hard on yourself. Bet you invented all kinds of good stuff. My best invention was fake vomit. It looks just like fake vomit. Fake vomit. Sorry. It looks just like fake vomit, but surprise, it's real. That was one that got me fired. How did you die? I was working on a new invention, exploding cigar. I thought that would be pretty good. You light a cigar, but it's fine. For a second, but something goes off with a big bang. You jump in surprise and everyone laughs because you nearly have a heart attack, right? Sure. I hit a snag in development, though. What happened? Figured I'd use gunpowder for the explosive, and you can already buy it packaged in these little brass cartridges, so that seemed convenient. You mean bullets? Test run was a real mess, I can tell you that. I can imagine. So anyway, now I'm a failure and maybe I can help you out. What do you mean? Your initial idea was pretty funny, I guess. It's just your execution was the problem. My execution was the problem? You're a laugh right. Maybe you can help me after all. I'll see if I can figure something out. What other novelties did you invent? Can of mixed nuts that has spring in it, so when you open it, it sprays nuts everywhere. That's kind of funny. No one would ever open the can because of how it said deadly venomous snakes on the label. Anything else? Flowers you wear in a lapel that spray water in someone's face when they smell it. You invented that? Nope. Try to combine it with chewing gum made out of hot peppers. You invented a boutonniere that maced people. Uh-huh. Like those little sea monkey things, so I thought maybe I'd do that. It's a funnier thing. Thought itching powder is pretty funny. You made itching powder out of brine shrimp? No, they're aquatic. It wouldn't work. I used spider eggs. Oh my god. Anything else? Ultra-realistic stink bomb using pure methane gas. Turns out pure methane is actually odorless. That's why farts don't smell. But that isn't why farts smell bad. Also, it's extremely flammable. Anything else? Fortune-telling fish, little cellophane things that curl up in your hand to predict the future. Sure, don't know how it happened, but mine were 100% accurate and was always terrible news. Prove the classic rubber chicken, let me guess not rubber. Good guess. It's made glasses that let you see through people's clothes, right down her skeleton. That's still pretty cool, except for the part where they get cancer, yeah? Those are all the ones I can remember. I can tell you again if you want. Nah, that's okay. Ah, there was science stuff in there. More science junk. Gun damage increased. Science blast. My ear itches. Okay, we can go to the third floor now that we've got the button. Hey, thanks a ton, you sure are helpful. Garfield. Now, again, which floor? The other operator button. The button. She sticks into the buttonhole. First floor. So now we can go to the parlor? Or was it the... It was the kitchen. Don't poach eggs by shooting them, I have proof. Oh yeah, well, read them and weep, you weird old coot. One tarnation poach, method of preparing food, especially eggs, was sending them in boiling liquid. Well, I'll be a dadgum. He dissipates in the ether, still muttering to himself. Ha! So there. Bean Golem is maxed out. Little placard on the stove says, chili stove, pal. Very specific. Use it. Need a bowl of chili to give that ghost in the dining room. It seems relevant to that. However, since your conversation with him, you're not even sure what chili is anymore. Maybe you should do some research. Shit. Most lard you see in one vessel. Lardest. Lard, larder, lardest. Got that, Shelf is full of pots and pans, including one extremely fancy bean pan. Stainless steel bean pan. 10 musicality and 17 spell damage. That's more spell damage than my homemade whisk was. Larder and a pantry? Oh weird, what you thought was a framed photograph is actually a window. Why does the larder have a window? Why is this ghost standing motionless in front of it? Or a framed photograph? Excuse me, hello? Grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Grab the ghost, somehow. Shake him until he rattles. Please seize this activity at once. Sorry I got a little carried away. Now that I have your attention, how about telling me who you are? Do you not recognize me? Jean-Francois Lardest? Nope. A new mimicking of a photograph would not be sufficient. Without it, how will everyone know I'm the most famous Frenchman to ever visit Gun Manor? Have a lot of Frenchmen visited? Besides having the Z distinction being the most famous Frenchman to visit Gun Manor, I was also the first Frenchman to visit Gun Manor, and the last as well. Gosh. How'd you die? Posing for a photograph to commemorate my visit here, and fool fouled up when preparing the gunpowder flash. Fouled up how? He left the bullet in it. Ah, I see. Must have this photograph. Such a fit. He says mine must not language in obscurity. Let you know if I find it. Nope, keep looking. Food on the shelf is all decorative. The shelf is almost all fancy French stuff you're afraid to eat, but there's some caviar. You've always been curious about that stuff. Tinned caviar. Eat drop bonus by 25 for the rest of the day. So fancy that you expect to be gilded instead of tinned. Cans of every shape, size, and food you don't like. Wait a second. Eureka! One of these cans of string beans are exactly 1.2337 in diameter. They must have been packed. Pack the beans lengthwise. Tin can of string beans, but the string beans aren't important. What's important is the can's perfect size for making a silencer. Go into the pantry. Ah, pants. Rack of pants, pants on a rack, one rack, many pants, another rack, several pairs of pants. Pants, pants, and yeah, more pants. Handsome pants and, hey, there's a pair of your size. Fancy pantry pants. Extra item finding and cold resistance. This is every passionate patchy pants popper's fancy. Pantsful pants from fancy pantry. Pants, pants, and more pants. Pants, pants, pants. Pants ghost. This ghost is running around like crazy or hovering around like crazy, searching the racks of pants, or trousers if you prefer, but we say pants here in the Western Territories. Anticipate his movement, cut him off. Hi, wow, geez, buddy, you nearly scared the death out of me. So I was wondering what you're doing. Well, I thought I was looking for a pair of pants, but you don't have any legs. Yes, I know what you need pants for. Nostalgia? Kind of pants you looking for? Kind without legs, legless pants? Well, I can't wear regular pants, you know. The legs would just flop around and be dumb. Guess you have a point. How'd you lose your legs anyways? Geez, really embarrassing. Well, see, I didn't have a proper holster for my gun, so I was just carrying it tucked in my belt. Ooh, trigger snagged when you went to draw it? Right, it gets worse though. I was wearing one of those gun belts with spots all around you stick bullets in it, you know? Oh man. Yeah, the chain reaction blew off the entire lower half of me. Wow, that's how you died? Yes, that's how I died. Legless pants. Okay. I don't know why I could use as wadding. Maybe the spider web? Got the right size tin can. Some stuffing to pad the inside. That's gonna be hard to find. Okay, on to the third floor, I suppose. Or let's start with the second, I guess. Savory soup made from beans, spices, and a gun. Gunless chili. To twist both a radish and a hose. Someone who carries spaghetti for operas? What the fuck? Look up poach in the dictionary. Unfortunately, that page is missing because of action. Some reprehensible bad. Someone who analyzes trees for arm wrestling. That's my name. To twist a duck underneath a policeman. You need law. There's no one in there. You need meat. Well, to open that door, an eye, and an exploding cigar. I guess third floor it is. So calm, so tame. Mrs. Gun, formidable tusks, curious gauge, Mr. Gun. Mr. Gun's Gun Manor billiards room. Looks comfy, too bad you're too busy to sit down. And table bears the scars of many of them coaster beverages. Rack of billiard cues. Expect them to take the best one, which isn't saying much. Wobbly billiards cue. Think about people who buy billiards tables, they are almost never the kind of people who will properly maintain their cues. This cue does not provide evidence to the contrary. How's it going? I ain't interested in chit chat. Fellow just billiards. Step up or shut up. Challenge him to a game. Pull out your cue and the ghost nods and racks the balls. He elderly trounces you. Can't seem to make the balls go up where you intend. Sad showings of everything. Let me see that cue. Yeah, that's your problem. Things about straight as a banker's handshake. What? You're gonna need to lathe this back to true if you want a chance against me. Lathe. Biggest and dumbest poster you've ever seen. Trapdoor in the ceiling. It's too bad you aren't like 11 feet tall. Spittoon here. A bright, shiny, beautiful spittoon. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh boy, oh yeah. Come to Papa. What are you doing? Nothing. What are you doing? I need someone who's kneeling next to Spittoon with the apparent intention of sticking his whole entire face inside it. Dive in. Jam your hand up into the spittoon up to the shoulder and find nothing. The achievement loves Spittoon that didn't love you back. Brass bucket is shining and clean, and outside and in, clean as the day was born. The museum staff must have washed it. Looks brand new. Are you crying? No, I'm fine. You're crying. Okay, well, I'll just be over here when you're done lying on the ground in a fetal position, hugging a spittoon. So yeah, love the spittoon that didn't love you back in Gun Manor. Stuff is attacking both in terms of style and stuff that has been spilled on it. Mr. Gun's trophy room. I hope you never meet a live duck this big. Sickening, killing a helpless sofa and stuffing its carcass is a grisly trophy. One of the moose's eyes is loose. Pop it out. Glass eye. Now it's really got its eye on you. Either a prosthetic eye made of glass or a very macabre marble. Macabre. Head of a teddy bear. They didn't even remove the tag. So many polyesters die just to decorate rooms like this. Antlers are made out of paper mache, apparently by someone who's never seen antlers before. Whole rack of bowling trophies. If they were billiard trophies, there'd be an easier pun to make. This ghost is dressed up as a traditional safari hunter with a pith helmet, the big white mustache, and those weird khaki trousers that make it look like your butt has wings. The inspector Mr. Gun's trophy collection doesn't seem particularly impressed. Hi, I'm Garfield. Charmed, I'm Lord Euston Camden at your service. What happened to you, if you don't mind me asking? Not at all, though it is a very exciting story. I was hunting lions on the plains of Serengeti. Sorry, Serengeti, and one of them first got the better of me. You were eaten by a lion? That sounds pretty exciting. Yeah, it's not eaten as such. Sneaky bugger crept in camp and pushed a stack of ammunition crates over on me. Oh, maybe I can help you. Do what? Help you with whatever's keeping you as a ghost, though now that I say it, there isn't much I can do to help you get revenge on the lion. Oh no, this isn't about revenge. Go for the lion, I say. All about turnabout, fair play and all that. Though I do wish you'd done a matter that made for a better story, so why are you a ghost then? It's because I want true regret. Never finished the most dangerous game. I'm definitely not going to help you hunt people. What? No, no, no. The most dangerous board game. Nobody was ever willing to play against me. A value shame. What's the game? He leads you over to a small table on which is laid a board of alternating red and black squares with little wooden discs painted red, black as well. Checkers? Checkers jump and scatter as the ghost stabs two large hunting knives in the center of the board. Knife checkers. What are the rules? Do you know how to play checkers? Yes. Do you know how to stab someone in the hand with a knife? Yes. That's all you need to know, really. Alright, I'll play. You yank one of the knives out of the board, and Lord Euston instructs you to hold it left hand. Rules are you may only attack your opponent's hands, only when they are over the board. Displaced checkers are played from where they land, but a knife attacking the board directly is a foul towards the opponent of stab-free turn. Appears to be primarily a game of concentration, quick movements, and feinting. Play carefully. Nice try. Takes advantage of your hesitation and knifes you to submission while marching his pieces across the board. Nice try, lad, but you'll have to put up a better fight than that. Satisfied. Come back when the wounds have scabbed over. Eh, what? So I need 55 muscle, it says. I think 7 is the most I'm getting out of a hat. 15 is probably the most I'm getting out of that. Do I have a gun that gives me muscle? Do not. A weapon that gives me muscle. That one gives me 8. So that's more than enough. Alright. Against my better judgment, I'll play knife checkers with you. Play aggressively. Start the game out by attacking quickly and fiercely to establish dominance and keep your opponent from developing his pieces. Strategy is somewhat effective, but Lord Houston doesn't scare easy, and you manage to feign a few pieces past your guard. You enter the mid-game with more or less evenly matched. Play intelligently. Mid-game, you focus more on checkers than on your knife work, maneuvering into position for some big gains in the long term. Suffer a few minor nicks and cuts, but are well positioned for the endgame. And then fail. Okay. Okay, so we need 55 in all three. That won't be too hard, probably. Yeah. Knife checkers. Aggressive, intelligently, craftily. Lord Houston spots a hole in your defenses. He feints left, then quickly slides one of his pieces into the gap and into your trap. Moves his hand into just the position you need to attack it with a hard downward stab. He easily yanks his hand out of the way. Your knife hits one of your pieces on its edge, flipping it across the board to land neatly in his back rank. King me. I say, it's foul to attack the board. Sure, but I wasn't, was I? I attacked your hand and you dodged, that's all. You sneaky bladder. He continues, but with the king behind Lord Houston's lines, you clean up fairly quickly. Alright, I concede. Marvelous play. Well done. Okay, now to equip things that actually make sense for my build. Actually, only had to change 2 things. Photograph of a fish. Mr. Gunn was apparently really liberal with his definition of trophy. Tell this is fake because it isn't floating around the room setting stuff on fire. Goblin head mounted on the trophy like a trophy on the wall. This would be positively barbaric, not for the fact the goblin seems pretty okay with it. Ooh, ha ha ha. Very good I am to getting you, huh, human? Oh, wow, yes, very much to getting me. Nice. What is did happening to you? What is did happening to? Did Mr. Gunn hunting you and cutting head off? Oh no, Mr. Gunn, a good human man, is being very friends, inside of one of his bowling ball bags. My spore to growing, only had room. Mr. Gunn finding me and hanging me up here for to chatting with. Great guy. Wow, weird. How is OBS freaking out over this? From the smell of it, Mr. Gunn mostly burnt garbage in this thing. Humidor full of cheap cigars. Cheap cigar. A cigar for people who want, for some reason, to appear to spend a lot of money on a disgusting habit without actually spending a lot of money on it. You got plenty of them at this point. That's going to be to make the exploding cigar. Weird, if you're getting a commission and paying with swords, you'd think you'd at least ask for nice swords. Guy doesn't notice you approaching until you're right next to him. He yelps in surprise and drops his glass on the floor. And squints unsteadily at you, then takes a maraschino cherry from a bowl in the bar cart and throws it at your head. Hey, stop that. Sorry, just making sure not one of them ghosts. Then drops another cherry into a fresh glass and pours a lot of whiskey on top of it. One of the museum employees? Yup, that's me. What are you doing here? Hi, buddy. I don't know if you didn't notice, but this house got ghosts in it. You don't say. Whole bunches of them all over. So I don't know about you, but I'm saying right here where it's nice and drunk. I mean, say, wouldn't you rather get out of here? Yeah, all the booze. There's booze. I'm scared of when the ghosts go boo. You know they'll get me if I leave this room. There aren't any ghosts between this room and the exit. So you say, so you said, that's what you said. But they're ghosts, they could be anywhere, except in here. Exactly, I ain't leaving without a guarantee that those ghosts won't grab me on the way up. We could disguise you. Here, look, we'll use this white shower curtain to disguise you as a ghost. Then they won't bother you on the way up. That's my fine idea, but oh, I hope that curtain's got no holes in my eyes. I won't be able to see. I'm starting to think you don't actually want to leave. No, what gave you that idea? It's terrible in here. Shoot some holes in the curtain. Narrow your eyes and blast some holes in the curtain with your pistol. Okay. Jeez, I get the picture. Grabs an unloaded bottles from the cart, pulls the shower curtain over his head, and staggers out the door. Good. Well, has drunk a lot of the cart's contents, but there's a few bottles left. Manly's finest cotton candy schnapps. Must have only read the first part of the label before you decided to buy this. Schnapps, not schnapps. Bowling is good. The poster is clear in its artistic intent, not very imaginative. And then something's gonna happen and it's gonna go boo. Big red button on this thing. Press it. Nothing happens. Where bowling balls would come out if this thing was working. Bowling stuff is extremely broken. It's not supposed to be flying around even a little bit. It's also very loud. All your enemies for 13 damage. Weird backpacking police. Mysticality. Lava Fava. Bowling ball chunk. Deals damage equal to your muscle. Chunk of bowling ball isn't enough to do anything with other than throw at something. Hooray. Pinomat XR86. Oh good, the XR85 was complete trash. I don't want it. Reset. Try it again. Bowling ball hat. 17 armor. Bowling ball is fractured in an unlikely but convenient way. Oh, bolter guys. Hilarious. Another bowling ball chunk. I'm not gonna bother with keeping doing that. Alright, we'll go check in on Mrs. Gunn now. Door is locked and no earthly force can open it. Well, maybe a whole team of horses, but good luck getting them up the elevator. Knock knock. Yes, who is it? Mrs. Gunn, I'm Garfield Madsen. Are you here? With the Ghost Exterminate people? Yes, ma'am. Florence Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services. Garfield is my assistant. What? Who's the county licensed ghost hunter here? Me or you? Okay, fine. Yes. I've been able to exterminate all the ghosts. I still feel haunted. 11 of them left, according to the scanner. Still working on it. Don't worry, you can count on us. Please let me know when you're finished. Will do. Music room. Bassoon. You know what they say, it makes an ass out of N and what? Boo! Oh! Doesn't seem interested in anything other than cranking that hurdy-gurdy. Oh, it's Cotton-Eyed Joe. Definitely disconnect the crank from the hurdy-gurdy without alerting the woman's attention, but it turns out you wouldn't need it have bothered. She continues to turn the crank blank-eyed even with nothing attached. Grab the end of the crank and pull her very slowly into the gift shop where you find Victrola to plug her into. Problem solved? Seemed just as happy as she was before. Must be nice to have a call-in. Hi, thanks for freeing me from that book. Still kind of have marks with engravings pressed into your face. Hoping they fade with time, but if not, I can always quiz myself while shaving. So what do you do here? Provide information. Sure. Rocks? Great, I know a ton of stuff about rocks now, specifically igneous rocks and granite in particular. Did you know granite tables are frequently used as bases for optical instruments because they're very stable and easy to use? See? Well, you know, tell me another one. There are over 700 different types of igneous rocks, and only 3 of them are edible. Weird, tell me another one. One of the most interesting rocks in the world can be found near the 4 magnetic poles. Interesting, tell me another. The third weirdest sport, curling, uses stones and brushes made specifically out of granite. Tell me another one. Granite comes from an ancient word granum, or grain, because of its pleasant, wheaty smell. Granite is frequently used as a building material due to its strength and pleasant gray color. Granite was an integral part of the architecture for many ancient societies, which is why the ruins of those buildings still exist today, unlike those of ancient peoples who built all their structures out of cheese and wheat paste. Rad, tell me another. Igneous rocks are formed when magma cools and solidifies, which can happen above or below the Earth's surface, even in your own home. Tell me another. A upper section of Earth's crust is made of 94% igneous rock and 1% marzipan, while about the other 5%. Granite is a natural source of radiation and contains 10 to 20 parts per million of uranium, which is why you shouldn't fill your underwear with it despite pleasant weight. Sitting is a type of volcanic glass that, if chipped properly, can be so sharp that it can even cut a razor blade in half lengthwise. Granite contains at least 25% quartz, which makes it useful as a resistor in all kinds of magical devices. Getting someone with a rock was the very first human invention. The second was swearing. Okay. Mrs. Gunn. Full name is Teresa Olivia Gunn. Formerly, she goes by Terry. She was born in 1847 to Reginald and Priscilla Gunn. Her mother was a mathematician and founding member of the Western Society of Mathematics in 1870, and her father was a catapult operator in the unpleasant disagreement of 62. She invented the gun in 69. Nice. At the age of 22, there's a photograph on her wall there, accepting prestigious inventing awards. Married her husband Dan 20 years ago, and they had 3 daughters. Other than that, there's not a lot we know about her. She's a very private person, especially after she gave the house an historical foundation and locked herself in a room 4 years ago. Yeah. Family. Married Dan Staple Remover in 75. He was the inventor of the staple remover. Did you know that? They met at Inventors Convention 3 years previously. Dan decided to take her last name because he wanted to call his invention Office Chompers, and he was a little annoyed that people called it after him instead. 3 daughters, Dorothy, Blanche, and Rose. Dan vanished mysteriously in '89 shortly after Brooch was born. Nobody knows what happened to him. It was generally assumed he was killed by Vance when he was on the road for Gun Industries business. Then all 3 of the girls went missing the year after. They went to summer camp and were never heard from again. No ransom note or anything. Mrs. Gunn was never the same after that. She started blaming on the ghosts. But as far as I know, there had been no ghost activity here until just the other day. Anything else? Yeah. Gun Manor. Isn't it amazing? Mrs. Gunn had built in the mid to late 70s when she and her husband decided to start a family. It was finished in 77. There's 8 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, plus a whole host of modern conveniences like electric lights, coal-fired boiler, and bowling alley. My personal favorite room is the library, but I guess you knew that one already. She donated the house to the Historical Society in 91 with the provision that we keep the place properly maintained and send meals up to her in the kitchen dumbwaiter. She's actually never come out of her room since then, although she still communicates via the telephone or house intercom sometimes. Never mind. Back from the bar cars leaning heavily against the display shot glasses with different names etched onto them. Personalized shot glasses, 1300 mean. Guy picks up a bottle stashed behind the display and fills the shot glass label. Biff. Is that your name? Biff? Sure. He knocks back the shot, tosses the glass over his shoulder before picking up and filling another. Now it's Percy. I'm gonna need a lot of meat. Right, the lathe. It was like there was something I needed to do in here. Lathe maybe can make billiards cue less wobbly. Balanced billiards cue. Cue has been lathed into shape. Lathe rinsing, blah blah blah. It's good now. It was the 3rd floor into Mr. Gunn's room. This one? Yeah, the billiards room. Challenge him to a game. Pull out your cue and the ghost nods and racks the balls. Proceeds to crush you. Something feels wrong, like the cue isn't connecting with the ball properly. Ghost shakes his head at you. Totally new to this, ain't you? You got God chalk your cue. Can I borrow yours? Mine's ghost chalk. Won't work. Dang it. Hmm. I haven't seen like a blackboard or anything. I always hated these things. Old musty decaying pile of old music books. Paste them. Dueling banjos. Book of sheet music for classic song Dueling Banjo. There's a library call number written on the spine. Almost all the books are dry rotted and mothy, fall apart at a touch. Sheet music. Grab it. Blank sheet music. Blank sheet music or some weird kind of paper, notebook paper with every sixth line missing. Play dueling banjos. Can't play dueling banjos by myself. Don't have enough arms. Florence? Sorry, I only play the bagpipe not very well. It's bagpipe, how do you know? Bagpipes can sound good. What about you, Gary? Hello, hello, what? You know how to play piano? What? It is having so many QWERTY. Okay, never mind. The ghost of an orchestra conductor, unless he's the ghost of someone pretending to be an orchestra conductor. Either way, he's very agitated. Something about something where he's conducting Fly of the Bumblebee. Try talking to him. Sorry to interrupt, but I can't actually hear the music. What are you conducting? Finale of the year 1812 Solemn Overture by Tchaikovsky. Oh, 1812 Overture. That would have been my second guess. Is your orchestra like Double Ghost or something? What? I see there is no orchestra. I'm merely this piece of music irrevocably lodged in my mind, in my head. It's been nagging me incessantly ever since my death. About your death. Did you die during a performance of the 1812 Overture? That is correct. Very astute of you. The finale, though, that piece features real, actual cannons, right? Is that how you died? It's my fate to be slain by a piece of music. Cannons would have been far preferable to my utterly farcical demise. What happened? The overture requires several cannons, but because it's impossible to load a single cannon quickly enough to fire the score of commands, however, the stage we were performing on could not have borne the weight. What did you do? I was not informed of the difficulty until it was far too late to make any changes, and it was transpired that the stage manager decided it would be sufficient to give a box of bullets to the tuba player. You were shot by a tuba. I was shot, as you say, by a tuba. No wonder you ended up as a ghost. Isn't it ridiculous in my death that troubles me? Really, accidents happen with any of the performing arts. A colleague of mine was decapitated by an errant cymbal during a performance of Pagani's Violin Concerto No. 1. Such are the risks we take for our art. Gosh. Problem was the 1812 Overture's finale is a very dramatic and energetic piece with this music constantly playing itself in my head. I've been utterly unable to find any peace. I'll see if I can think of a way to help. Damn, this is a nice painting. Sunflower is enchanted to not need natural light, so now it's an unflower. He's all ears. Kids' room. Blank chalkboard, write something. You monster. Why would you write that? Boo! Do not trust this horse one bit. Oh, that music is creepy. Looks like this is where the creepy music is coming from. Spooky lullaby music. Transcribed a spooky lullaby onto the sheet music or something used your hands to perform the operation so you don't actually know how to read music. Teddy bears have been completely and enthusiastically disemboweled. Oh hey, a lot of stuffing. Stuffing will be perfect for making a silencer. Sorry, Teddy. This is for the greater good. Stuffing would be perfect for making a silencer or taxidermized turkey. Composition of this paint is bad in every way. Little baby supplies you don't understand, like burping scissors and nursing shampoo. Gun Manor's toddler's room. Toy box. Who knows what horrors it contains? Stuffed gun. Not that effective as a gun, but also not at all effective as a bludgeon. Oh, less macabre than you were expecting. It's a melee weapon if you want dual wield. Just kidding. Wooden blocks with letters on them. Play out with them. Ah! Guy's a smile frozen on his face, and his eyes dart around panic as he pretends to sip tea. One eye twitches as he tries to whisper you out the corner of his mouth. What's that? Drop of sweat rolls down his brow and stares at the little ghost who doesn't seem to have noticed. Still not getting it. Can you speak up? His hands are shaking as if holding an actual teacup, but probably would have shattered by now. He hisses you through clenched teeth. Sorry, can't understand you. Bye. Girls having serving imaginary tea to her guests. The doll who, while terrifying, is largely indifferent. The museum employee, on the other hand, is playing along with the rictus grin on his face. The little girl wears an annoyed and disappointed frown. Hello there, my name's Garfield. Can I join your tea party? If you want, I guess, but it's a terrible tea party. What's wrong? Are you having any fun? All I have is dumb made up tea. I want a proper tea party like Mama took me to. What about that tea party? Went to a real tea room. It was all pretty. There were vases with flowers, and everyone was dressed up in suits, pretty dresses. There were white china cups for the tea. Real tea, not imaginary tea. And that sounds very nice. It was. It was so nice, and everyone was so polite and charming and elegant. Until the fight started, anyway. Oh, there was a fight? Well, two of the gentlemen got in an argument. I don't know what about, but guess one said something the other didn't like, and so insulted he threw his tea in the other man's face. Then they took out guns and started shooting at each other right there in the tea room. Whoa, they were still really elegant, though. They had little silver and ivory pistols, and they kept their pinkies out the whole time. That would be an awful way to hold a gun. Anyway, I don't remember the rest very well, except one of them missed the other and shot me by mistake. I'm so sorry. But it's alright. Heaven's supposed to be really nice, so I guess I don't mind too much. But I didn't get to finish my tea party, so I want to have another one before I go. I don't have any tea, and make-believe tea isn't as fun anymore. See if I can find some actual tea for you. I know I've got tea service. Ah! Should really make sure that never happens to anyone again. Take the chalk. Blue chalk. Look at the board and then shudder, and then take the chalk. Big stick of blue chalk. If you want to trick someone into thinking a sidewalk is the sky. Doll mine. How adorable. Just look at all the little miners and minecarts and mine shafts and bowls of minestrone. Well, what's this? Tiny stick of dynamite. Tiny stick of dynamite stuck in a little borehole. The toy is so interactive. Did you know firecrackers are just tiny sticks of dynamite? Now, this one is an even tinier one. And that pumpkin is technically a berry. I did know that. So are bananas. Someone's been slacking on their geometry homework. Tisk tisk. Geometry textbook. Proofers would probably understand this, but you sure as hell don't. So I'd take the book with you and do the assignment later. See yourself up. Down a boom poster, one corner is loose. See what's behind it. Ah! Last skirt in here. It's like legless pants. Definitely convinced that guy in the pantry that this is a kill. Turn the lamp off. Science stuff. Fun law. Rules for parlor games. You want to learn how to play Pinochle, Sass the Bandit, Polly's the Maiden Aunt, or Serve Quietly. This is the book for you. What is this devil's music? Yank the needle away from the cylinder and hide the handle away. Probably. Yeah, there might be a portal to a magic fantasy realm in the back or something. I mean, you never know. Search it. Well, you don't find any magical portals, but you do find a diary. You flip through it. There's nothing particularly interesting. An entry about how the author was decided to leave for a sleepaway camp next day with her sisters, and how she was thankful that someone called Uncle Chet for getting the tickets, and since it was gloomy around the manor ever since her father went missing. So, as I mentioned before, this is all a big reference to the Winchester Mystery House. A real-world thing built by built for the widow of the man who invented the Winchester behind the rifle. Challenge him to a game. Chalk up your cue and Ghost wrecks the ball. It's a close match. You have to consult the geometry book a few times just to work out all the angles. I thought I'd put that back. Game comes down to a fight for the 8-ball, and you manage to barely squeak out when the ghost catches an unlucky bounce off the corner of a pocket. Well, shucks, nice shooting, Tex. As I was saying, the widow was having the house built, but balls are still now. Grab one. 5-ball. Set enemy on fire for 25 extra damage. Fill your ball is covered in kind orange paint, so flammable it's never not on fire. Start every fight on fire. And interesting. She was not quite right in the head, and was convinced that she would be haunted by the spirits of those killed by the rifle that her husband made. Read it. Flip the book. Surprisingly, mostly bored children stay out of the parents' hair for 5 damn minutes. Little tag on the spine cane came from the mansion library. Dueling banjos. And I forgot to read the geometry thing. Anyways, music room for the spooky thing. Play the lullaby. And so, she was convinced she was gonna be super haunted, and that like the only way to keep her from being haunted basically to death was to continuously have the mansion built upon. Well, that was nice. Soothing. And so, construction started on the mansion and continued on the mansion until she died, at which point they just dropped everything medicinal gas, gun damage increased. I'm sure it's safe. And includes so many wacky things like staircases that go up to nothing, doors on the outside, but on like the second or third floor. You know, not on the ground floor, basically. Right, the silencer. Silenter. Drill a hole in each end of the can, carefully remove the beans. Then you soak the stuffing in a vat of acoustic dampening chemicals and carefully jam it into the can. Can stuffing designed to make it much easier for you to shoot people at Thanksgiving dinner without getting shot. Voila. So, yeah. Not much else to say other than it's cool and part of me wants to go do it. According to dictionary, you need some spices, some beans, and a gun. Oh wait, you're trying to make chili without a gun. So you need to remember to skip the gun part. Garfield. Spices. You'll have to go spice hunting. Chili spices. One of those pre-assembled spice mixtures for chili. For cheaters. A whole chili to give. Grab a chili pot and put it on a burn. Throw in the spices. Helping us chili spices, next step is beans. Beans are your specialty. Conjure some pintos. Now for the final ingredient, a gun. No gun. Prevent yourself from adding a gun. Step back and admire your handiwork. It's not according to Hoyle chili because it doesn't have a gun in it, but it is chili with no gun in it, which is the thing you were after. Chili sin pistoles. The bowl of chili has exactly 0 guns in it. And you can actually like tour the hey look, I invented this. I invented this thing that makes guns really quiet. Oh, how marvelous. Finally rest in peace, knowing the libraries will now be safe from the noise of gunfire. It is only an atmosphere of quiet that true joy dare live. For Tron Russell. With that, she disappears in nothingness. He isn't famous yet. Well, whatever. I have 2 books you can put back. Fun Law and Dueling Banjos. They go on different shelves, so you can't do both at the same time. Fun Law. Find Fun Law belongs, put it back. Next is titled Gun Law. Definitely give this a shot. Read it. Gun Law. +5 pistol attack damage. Basically everything there's no gun law, you can now be prosecuting attorney and defense counsel in addition to judge, jury, and executioner. Time spent in justice. Yeah, it's a real place. Someday I'd like to go there, but I think it's in... I know, pretty sure it's in California somewhere, and it is basically just a tourist trap at this point, but still. What's your problem anyway? Well, la-di-da. Well, I think you'll find I'm quite conversant in the finer points of our justice system, particularly as it pertains to guns and gun-related activity. Horseradish, you're all trousers, no briefs. Yeah, well, just try to start me, smart lady. Obviously, you aren't going to leave me alone, so just ask questions. I'm Garfield Madsen, speaking for the record. State your name, occupation, and cause of death. Felicity Wainwright, defense attorney and lost court-approved trial by combat. What trial by combat has been outlawed for 15 years? You understand ghosts don't visually age as time passes, right? Alright. So your client called for trial by combat, which meant you and the prosecutor had faced off in a duel. That's correct. And you lost. Are you acting dumb to try to throw me off guard? I withdraw the question. Why are you stuck as a ghost? Because although trial by combat was already out of fashion at the time, it was still valid legal recourse. I should have been prepared for the possibility, but I wasn't. My lack of training resulted in an innocent man being executed for murder. Oof, how was he executed? Hanging, I assume. Otherwise, obviously I wasn't around to see it. So really, I'd need to prove the loss wasn't your fault. Trial duel was completely fair and above board. There was no chance in there having been foul play on the prosecutor's part. My loss was my own. Then I'd have to prove your client was actually guilty, and therefore your feelings of responsibility are misplaced. The look she gives you is hard and cold. Look, you know a thing or two about the law. How about you tell me the first rule of being a defense attorney? Don't make fun of the judge's beard. Don't refer to his gavel as a weird little hammer. Don't accidentally call him mom. You have to trust and believe in your client. If you don't believe your client is innocent, you'll never convince anyone else he is either. So I want to convince you he was guilty. You'll have an uphill fight, fella. You're essentially playing prosecutor here. Alright, tell me about the case. Defendant was Matthew Guilty McCree, accused of the murder of Victor Timsbury on June 18th, 78 in Reno. Some questions. This was at noon precisely. Yes, confirmed by witnesses. Also, McCready owned a fancy pocket watch that chimed on the hours. There were witnesses, about a half dozen of them. Pretty sure there's something you aren't telling me. Obligated, play my hand face up, Mr. Prosecutor. Okay then. Cause of death? Shot through the heart with a .45 caliber revolver. And did McCready own such a gun? Yes, he'd been holding it at the time. Subsequent examination showed that it had been recently fired. Are you messing with me? Any further questions? You have more, yeah? Client was actually named Guilty. Come on. Names don't mean anything. Once had a client named the Ike Ilda guy, and he was totally innocent. For someone whose actual legal name but nicknames are... For someone's actual legal name, sure, but nicknames are usually given with some sort of basis. You ever met a really tall guy named Tiny or a fat guy named Slim? Arguably, the nickname Guilty would reinforce my client's innocence. Totally absurd, but I'll let it rest for now. Hang on a second. Shot with a pistol in front of witnesses at exactly noon. Was this a duel? So you can add 2 plus 2 to get? After all, well done. Hey, well, I know all kinds of gun law, so I should be fine when it comes to duels. The book I read was pretty thorough. Want to quote me a relevant passage? Sure. Issues surrounding duel law are complex and cannot be properly addressed in brief, so I refer you to the next volume in the series for a comprehensive discussion of the topic. Well, nuts. Guess I'll come back later. I mean, if he died in a duel, then find the shelf where dueling benches belong and put it back to the previous book on the shelf is titled Duel Law, which seems to be about legal issues surrounding dueling. Never knew when that might come in handy. Dealing with things other than banjos. More pistol damage. Learn about all the laws pertaining to dueling. Turns out when two guys want to murder each other in a fair and reasonable manner, things get legally tricky. Cool. Let's go. You get a crash course in the dual lie. Sure did. Well, the only thing I didn't understand is legal to banish your opponent to the Shadow Realm. Okay, well that didn't come up in my case, so don't worry about it. Uh, it's only legal in the four kids dub. Otherwise, you just straight up kill people. Sorry, had to fix something on my pants. Let me just do a quick review. A duel is legal provided it's between exactly two people at specific arranged time and place using the same or at least essentially similar weapons, and they have to either face each other down and quick draw at the opponent in time or do 10 paces and turn fire or two. Is that right? That's the gist of it, yes? I guess I'll start with you telling me the facts of the case and I'll interrupt you rudely if I have any questions. Alright, but if you push me on trivial nonsense, I'll get mad and you'll have to start over. Seems fair, go ahead. McCready and Timsbury got in an argument on a saloon on the evening of 17. Apparently, Timsbury had accused McCready of cheating at poker. Go on. Bartender yelled at him to take it outside, but since it was a dark out, they agreed to meet for a duel the next day. Now, the 18th said, yes, the 18th, June 18th, 78. Okay, go on. Next day, both showed up shortly before noon and squared off about 30 feet from each other. When noon struck, McCready fired fast enough that Timsbury didn't get his shot off, on account of having his head shot off. Pretty much the long and short of it. What weapons were they using? McCready had a .45 single-action army revolver. The reload time is exhilarating. And Timsbury had an older model 36 caliber cap and ball Navy reloader, which he loaded with paper cartridges instead of packing the gunpowder by hand. Those are significantly different questions. Amy, they're both pistols. Modern cartridge revolver versus an antique cap and ball floater? Ridiculous. The antique was still in production until '73 and was considered one of the most reliable and popular stick shooters in the territories. Furthermore, the restriction against different weapons in a duel is about pistols versus rifles, the proverbial knife in a gunfight, or more recent example, Nitwit trying to argue a law against a professional attorney. Jeez, that's a bit harsh. That's gonna suck. Let's go. Go ahead. Go on. Go on. Questions. That there were witnesses, about half a dozen watching across the street, peeking through half-open shutters. Were they interviewed? Were any of them known associates of McCready? Not were any of them being actual friends with McCready, but he was a local and a lot of people knew him. Wait a minute, where are you going with? Objection! Any one of those people could have interceded on McCready's behalf. They could have shot Timsbury with a more accurate weapon, like a rifle, or maybe 2 gunshots instead of just 1. Are you suggesting they saw him with a poison blow dart gun? Well, was he tested for poison? Rats. Let's go. Go ahead. Go on. Go on. Fired exactly noon. Church bell started ringing. He also mentioned McCready's pocket watch. Time to enter. Lost. Can we start over? Fired exactly noon. As the church bells struck noon. Other questions? What do you think about this? Probably need to do something with the, what's it called? Pocket watch. Examine it. Wait a second, what if you stuck this into one of the cigars you found? Yeah, what if that? Exploding cigar. Explosion right next to somebody's face. The perfect prank. Poke a hole in the tip of the cigar and insert the dynamite. Hilarious. Puff. Can't use that item because your spleen is full. Alrighty. Think this is what you're looking for. It's an exploding cigar. Yep, sometimes cigar is a cigar, but not this time. What did you use for explosive? I found a really small firecracker, just big enough to blow up the cigar without also blowing up someone's face. Also, without the, violent lead projectile. You're a genius. Please let me see you in action so I can finally rest. Light it up. Yay, another ghost solved. Bean shield. Need to finish up Butterbean. Probably get the next one I do. Really seems like there'd be a door here. We're gonna need a lot of meat. So let's see, we were getting it from the buffalo pile. I went the long way. Do it. Let's see here. It's gonna be 500 for the one guy. 1300 for my name on a thing. So that brings me up to 18. Plus, I'm gonna want some more for tokens. So it's gonna take so much XP to level that up more. Probably do like 2,500 and call that good. We'll keep saving, I guess. I don't think we'll get enough we're not going to get enough XP to get that before before we hit the amount of meat I'm going to stop at, but still going to get a decent amount of meat. I was like, how did they survive? But then I remembered, oh yeah, the unlimited fight sources actually level up slowly. So, refighting all these buffaloes again and again is leading to them getting stronger. Hooray. Alright, we'll call that good. Go back to Dirtwater. Gun & Co. Limited. Shot glass. Give the guy 1300 meat and fish around the display until you find one with your name on it. Personalized souvenir shot glass from Gun Manor. Excited to use it now that you're finally old enough to drink. XP when you drink booze. And I think it was... You know, I was just thinking, I've got the glass eye for the lady. I don't think I need the money for this to free him. Were you able to find me a new eye? Yeah, kind of. Glass eye. Wow. How kind, thank you very much. Takes glass eye from you, puts it in, whereupon it falls through her and onto the floor. Oh dear, it's a little too physical. Yeah, wasn't certain this would work. Don't worry, it's easily fixed. Do you have a hammer I could borrow? Hammer? Yes. I'll do nicely, thank you. Takes the hammer, places the glass eye on her desk, and smashes it with a precise crack. Ah, perfect. Gives you back the hammer and plucks the ghost of the glass eye from the shattered fragments. After blowing the dust off it, she tucks it into her eye socket. That fits much better. Does it work? Well, now you mention, no, I can't actually see with it, so it is a ghost of a glass eye after all. Oh dear, this won't do at all. What a shame. You know, I don't really understand why your eye is still missing. What do you mean? Well, I always assume that when someone loses an arm or something, it just sticks around as the arm ghost. That's why people say they can feel itching sometimes because they've got an arm there, but it's a ghost. It's even called phantom limb syndrome. So even if the rest of you becomes a ghost after that, it would hook right back up. But then where'd my eye go? Maybe it got pushed back inside your head? Ghost thinks about this for a second, then shakes her head. No, that seems... Wait. What? I do think I felt something just then. Shakes her head again. My goodness gracious, keep going. It's one of those puzzles where you gotta try to get the marble in the hole. She bends her head forward and continues shaking it. You can almost hear a faint rattling sound, then plop. She straightens back up, blinking with two eyes. You did it. Well, I'll be. Thanks so much, dear. I never would have thought of that. No problem. Have a nice time in heaven or whatever. That's that. I'm not gonna just save up for glamour. Now, can I just do this? Unbar the door, that's why they call you Uncapey? I don't get that. Plan is real, the pot is fake. One of the museum employees sitting here reading magazines. See, Federality on his newfound freedom. Yippee. Freed you, you're free. Huh? Free from what? Well, being locked in this room with nothing to do except read that magazine. Ah, so you freed me from having an excellent excuse for not doing my crappy job. Well, you freed me from the burden of relaxing in here instead of emptying trash cans and cleaning toilets. Great, look, you're a real hero. I could just lock the door again. No, it's too late now. Freeze the wind blows. Freeze the wind blows. Here's my job blows. Thank you. You're welcome. Leaves, taking the chair with him. Look in the mirror. Something when you start your teeth. Mostly self-help books. Potential of affirming the universe. Power of considering your mind. Your true self yourself. Or being Craft some more XP. Guest bed, which is like normal bed with immersed mattress. Someone left their wallet in the nightstand. More meat than I would have spent getting out of here. Yes, first floor. Then to the kitchen, dining room. Got the chili. Back and got a bowl of 100% gun-free chili right here. Oh my gosh, thank you so. Oh, something wrong? Well, see, I can only eat ghost food. How do you need me to murder this chili fruit? Not to put too fine a point on it, but yes. Guess I'll find a humane way to do that. How do you kill chili? Well, I guess I can give this guy his pants. Now the skirt. Look, I understand genderization of pet clothing maybe shouldn't be a thing, but I'm kind of old-fashioned. Did I say skirt? I meant kilt. What's a kilt? Special kind of foreign legless pants for men. Here, try it. Hey, that's really nice. Ghost tries on the skirt. I mean kilt. Thanks a lot. Poof. Vampiric Yodel. Disable enemy for 1 round and still HP from him? Huh. It's actually pretty good. The only... So all my combat skills are upgraded all the way. Only mixed skills that still need upgrading are Wary, which is just extra AP, and Dirty Poker, which is dumb. So I guess we'll just start putting points into the M's and the G's. How do you kill chili? Tell me more about the argument. Isn't much to tell. The other players in the game had already folded their hands in that round. They weren't playing very close, so they weren't paying very close attention. All we know is that Timsbury suddenly accused Cree of being a dirty, cheating varmint. Cree said Timsbury was sorry because he'd been losing all night. Cree have a history of cheating? Being accused of it once or twice, but Reno's gambling town hung out in rough part. But getting accused of cheating by a sore loser in a lucky street, par for the course. Another question? Actually, never mind. What happened next? Okay, go on. Start over. Go on. Question. Did they set a specific time for the duel? Yes, high noon. Why is it always high noon? Tradition, I suppose, and since the sun is at its highest in the sky, everything's brightly lit, there aren't many shadows, so that's good for gunfighting. Plus, you can have your duel and then go with lunch break. Why didn't they fight right then? Dark, you can't have a gunfight in the dark. No, I get that, but they could have had a regular old fist fight. They're mad enough to shoot each other to death, but not to punch each other? Not getting too psychoanalytical, these guys were gunfighters. I mean, they count that as a significant part of their identity. Fighting with guns was not fighting without guns was not just outside the wheelhouse, but they considered a waste of time and talents. Asking a fancy fresh chef to make you a grilled cheese sandwich. I would do that. What happened next? Questions. What's the name of the saloon? Two-headed horse. Didn't have one. No, the proprietor was going for a double entendre. Didn't really work. No, it really doesn't. Two-headed spider, maybe, but anyway. Go ahead. Day of the week was this? Monday. I was always a bit grumpy on a Monday. Should make the weekend Sunday and Monday instead. Then you can spend Monday relaxing instead of having to go to work. But then, whatever. Do you have other questions? Yeah, I want to ask something else. More about the argument. Creedy had a history of cheating would be irrelevant. The reason for the duel is immaterial to the legality of the duel itself. Motive is an issue here, but remember how I warned you about taking me off with stupid digressions? This is an excellent example. Objection is extremely relevant. If McCready was a habitual cheater, it's likely he would have cheated in the duel as well. And somehow you're going to prove that McCready was a habitual poker cheat 17 years after the fact. How exactly do you intend to accomplish that, Mr. Prosecutor? Even if you did somehow pull that off, it would be circumstantial evidence at best. You'd probably have to prove he cheated in the duel itself, in front of witnesses. What form do you imagine this cheating took, pray tell? Here's... Nope. You're not the ghost hunter. 5 ghosts left. I'll let you know. We could just kill the ghost, as she says. Guess the 3rd floor. Where did it go? The tea service thing. Where'd it go? There it is. Maybe... Where would you even prepare tea? I have another lot of stuffing. They're pretty cool. Thinking. Sponsor the chili with the pillow. Chili sin pistoles muerto. Sign, do what has to be done. Okay, that's one of my problems solved. Well, we can go turn this in. Euthanize your chili, here you go. Hand the ghostly bowl of chili, immediately gobbles it up. Long, finally satisfied sigh, he dissipates. Thank you so much for dealing with that ghost. I'm exhausted. What were you even doing? Kept man ghost food, but I don't know how to cook except like nachos and popcorn. Just the regular kind, not ghost nachos and popcorn. But I was really insistent, so I figured ghost food is probably invisible, right? So I just pretend and gave him empty plates. Guess it works, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Thanks again. Work at the snack bar in the visitor center. See you around there. Deep fried holster, gunpowder turkey leg, gun-shaped cookie. Oh, it's you, my hero and savior. Well, let's go throw tokens into the wishing well. Also, did I ever check all the way over here? As there's nothing. Where is this pace? Pace? Place. Face? Mace. Case. Make a wish. Hold a token over the well and try to think of something to wish for. A few seconds, you accidentally drop the token in the well without making a wish. Dang it, wish I had that token back. Here's some chimes and a rope appears in the wishing well's crossbeam. Well, how about that? Oh. Got the token back. Oh. It's boiling water. Can I collect it with the tea service? Or something. That's not super useful, but I can go smash the other patterns, I guess. Sure. Badass shotgun. Nice one, Mrs. Gunn's loudest inventions, you know? 10 muscle, 17 melee damage. And cool pistol. Good choice. Someday it'll make a lot of people uncomfortable if you tell them you think pistols are cool. Not here in 1895. Haha. No thanks. So now I got one of each, and a regular souvenir. excuse me. Photo of Lardest. I thought for sure I'd have to find the whoever runs the camera or whatever. Found an old photo. Actually looks like you here. Marvelous well resemblance. Pretty decent pic. Good thing light travels faster than bullets. Now my image will not be lost to the ravages of time. Auf Wiedersehen. Guess I'll keep leveling up Dirty Poker just in case. I don't see me getting much use out of it, but maybe. Three left. None on the first floor, one on the second, and two on the third. Second is just Ghost of Lawyers Past. Okay, go on. Question. Why didn't they just not fight? If a fight breaks out in the heat of the moment, that's one thing, but they cool off enough to schedule a meeting for the next day and still go through it? A card game is a heck of a thing to get killed over. It's an honor thing, I suppose. That, and they were each confident that they wouldn't be the one getting killed. Yes, it's dumb, but it's also extremely immaterial. Toxic definitions of masculinity and general lawlessness of the frontier are not what's on trial here. Is that a specific time? Wait, what? Fired exactly at noon. He also mentioned his pocket watch. Gritty was cheating. Gritty had been accused of cheating in the past, and this time he was. What are you talking about? All he had to do was set his watch a few seconds early. Doesn't make any sense. He didn't shoot early. We shot when the church bells rang. That's verified by witness testimony. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he used his watch to warn him when the church bells were about to ring. A 5-second get ready alert would have given him a huge advantage in reaction time. Say that, counselor. You know what? I'll give you that. One, it's not bad. There's just two problems with the argument. Oh, what? Firstly, you're just guessing. You have no evidence. Secondly, even if McCready was using that trick, which he may well have been, if he was pretty clever, it wouldn't be illegal. What? There's nothing in dual law prohibiting the use of minor strategies like that. So long as McCready didn't fire before the appointed time, it's all above board. Well, nuts. Oh yeah, she's still there. I'll let you know. Another question. Day of the week. McCready had a history of cheating. What happened next? Question. Fight. Next. See something else. Witnesses. Mine, another question. Fired exactly at noon. Fired as soon as the church bell struck noon. Objection. Pre-fired at the wrong time. What are you talking about? He fired exactly at noon with the church bells. There were witnesses. That's right. He fired at clock noon. The duel was set for high noon. They aren't the same thing. High noon is just when the sun is at the highest point in the sky. Depending on the geography of the time of the year, it can be hours different from clock noon. McCready fired early, and that makes the duel illegal. Why say that, counselor? Got to hand it to you, Prosecutor Madsen. You're a lot better at this than I was giving you credit for. That's good. Thought you had there. There's just one problem with it. What's that? I already thought it. Take that. There's a small book at you which you barely managed to catch. 1878 Nautical Almanac. Heck is this? Did my homework while I was preparing for that trial, my legal homework. Since at the time I was expecting there to be an actual trial, not a gunfight. What you're holding there is a Nautical Almanac for 1878. The bookmarks, if you'd like to do the math for it yourself, but you can look up solar noon, aka high noon, for June 18th to make the adjustment for Reno's longitude. That what do you get? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's right, Prosecutor. 12 o'clock p.m. Precisely. No. Nice try, though. I mean that sincerely. That's all my ammo. I can't think of any other ways to disprove McCready's innocence. As far as I can see, it was a fair duel. And yes, and that's me with the guilt of an innocent man's death on my hands. Innocent man's death. Sure are good at repeating things people say. What if he didn't die? Say what now? Well, you didn't actually see the execution, right? Well, yes, I was indeposed, you might say, being dead at all. So you don't actually know whether it happened. Come on, I appreciate the effort, but you're barking at the moon. Let me ask you something. Was the trial right after the duel, the 19th? No, I don't know what Reno's like now, but I didn't have a proper courthouse then. You can't try a myrtle charge in the sheriff's front parlor. McCree was in jail for a couple of weeks and they transported him to Frisco. Well, with one thing and another didn't start until July 25th. So much is right for a speed trial, wheels grind slow. Can you tell me about McCready? Gunfire through and through, and I mean that. He was an adrenaline addict and dueling with his needle of choice. Hell, if you told me you had evidence that he cheated at poker with the specific intent of beating people into challenging him to duels, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. He was a sly one. Her expression softens and she sighs. Made him sound like a real devil. That's not fair. He was smart and charming and could have been a good man if he had chosen an entirely different life for himself. Anything else? Probably had a real good head for numbers. He told me that he'd never forgot a date. Every man he'd ever killed. He'd remember to pour a beer on their grave on their birthday. That's nice. Nicer birthday present would have not been being killed in the first place, of course. Yep. Why did he invoke trial by combat? Assuming he was innocent, why would he invoke trial by combat? Case was pretty straightforward. A duel only worsened his odds. To my surprise, let me tell you, the only thing I could figure out is his damn fool sense of gunfighter's pride or something. It's the only form of justice he's willing to submit himself to. Other questions? Had trial by combat on 26th, that was a Friday, and they don't execute on the weekend, so presumably on Monday the 29th. In the morning, what with the gallows, setting up the gallows and letting a crowd gather, they usually happen in the afternoon around 3. I need to do some research. Look up a date in it. Book is almost entirely tables and numbers labeled things like logarithm of the radius vector of the Earth. You could look up any in the year 1878 in it, but who knows if you'll be able to figure out anything from it gives you. Was June 29th or July 29th? So when McCready was going to be executed, well, let's see. Wow. Wait a minute. According to this, there was a total eclipse of the sun that day, centered right over your Western Territories with totality at 2:47 p.m. That's a hell of a thing. Wait a minute. July 19th. Never mind. Look up 29th in your almanac. Get this, there was a total eclipse of the sun. What? Now you're just messing with me. So, totality in 2:47 p.m., right over the Western Territories. That's quite a thing, but I don't see how that affects. Wait, unless you're suggesting perfect opportunity for you to escape. It's absurd. Absurd like a fox. Just bought it? Nice. I have been having fun. I actually just finished a full playthrough before I got the DLC for $1.50. Said McCree was really good at remembering dates. He could have read about the eclipse at any time and stored knowledge for way for future use, like to give him advantage in a duel or something. Alright, that's reasonable as far as it goes. McCree couldn't have worked the eclipse into an escape plan, because he didn't have any say over the court schedule. He said, well, with one thing and another, the trial didn't start until the 25th. Could have caused any number of those days delays himself, faking illness in prison, or messing with the horses on his ride to Frisco, anything. Could also explain the trial by combat. And there ended up being too much delay, so if a regular trial went on too long and he was found guilty, he'd have missed the eclipse. Exactly, whereas if he called for trial by combat, everything would have be resolved one way or another in only one more day. Maybe you'd win and that's fine, but it uses its escape plan. I have to admit, this is pretty compelling, but it's all maybes and what ifs. Yeah, maybe it happened, but maybe McCree was rescued by leprechauns. Oh man, are there leprechauns in Frisco? Need some kind of hard evidence for this is a more than just a fun story, is what I mean. Ask you something else. How can I find? True. Something like that would have been in the news for certain. Maybe the guest rooms, because I remember there was... No, self-help books. Newspapers. Newspapers. Find a few bundles of old newspapers at the bottom of one shelf. Frisco Newsinator. Start at the bottom of the stack and flip through them until you find the paper for the week of July 28th to August 3rd, 1878. The main feature has to do with the eclipse and various accidents and spectacles occurred because most people weren't expecting it. The editor apologized for bearing the announcement in the previous week's weather forecast. Most notably, all three men scheduled to be hanged on the 29th escaped in confusion. Only two of them were recaptured. Unfortunately, their names aren't given. Keep looking. Don't find anything else relevant to the case. However, as you were putting the papers back in the order of your shelf, a headline more recent issue catches your eye. Husband of famous inventor missing. Article is light on information, but apparently Mrs. Gunn's husband Dan vanished on the road while trapped in dirt water on business about 6 years ago. Law enforcement suspected bandits, but no evidence found. That's enough. Found a newspaper article. Guy scheduled to be executed the day the eclipse started, and one of them was never caught. Which one? Well, didn't say did. Nope. Damn it. Executed criminals aren't given gravestones with their names on them, so you can't go looking around Frisco Cemetery to find out. Listen, Garfield, I really appreciate what you're trying to do, but at this point you would have to actually find McCree himself to prove he wasn't executed due to my failure. Yes, that's what I'll do then. Does that mean I have to go to Frisco and wander? I've got an idea and I don't like it. So go to Frisco. Approach the robot. And now we're going to travel back to Dirtwater. You're going to a short distance away to investigate. Cowpoke is singing against a rock with leg band weight seems incorrect. Never mind. Okay. You bet. Thanks, Sally. And we'll call it good. So my thought was that we would have to travel from Frisco to Dirtwater, and then we'd get a random encounter with McCready. But excuse me for a second. I kind of smell burning, and I'd prefer my house not burnt down, so I'll be right back. Nothing. Frisco Newsinator. Yeah, I'll have to do clips. July 21st. August 3rd? Jesus, you put that close to our time feels like we ought to speak double quietly out of respect, like this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't gonna be readable at all. Also, it's weirdly uncomfortable. Anything you gotta say, Gary? Hey, they have a library. Maybe you can improve your English some, Gary. Okay, if you to Goblin Library going. Was my Goblin not a good talking? Your grammar is an atrociousness. Hilarious. Well, geez. McCready. So we still need to make tea. You know, maybe the Shrub Lord can help us with getting tea. Well, tea leaves. Hey, these might make decent chili. Loose chili beans. Alright, it was east, north, west, south, west, north. Should leave him alone. We don't want him to think you're some kind of dweeb. No, but I would want to ask him if he had tea leaves. For hedge. You have to equip the orb to fight there. Not gonna go back in the cellar right now. Alright, let's see if Ghost Hunter has anything to say about this room. You can catch a curse off that kid if you ain't careful. Yeah, you'll get a telegram that says 7 days, stop. And 7 days later, you get crushed in a printing press or something. Be sure to keep an eye out. Okay, so I have the tea set, and I know where to get boiling water. Hmm. Only thing I'm thinking is maybe one of the indoor plants is actually a tea tree or something. No, there's also an idea that maybe I picked up tea leaves already. Magic infused leaf. Make something. Coin magic infused leaves. What should you make? A hat. Wreath of laurels. Generate 10 HP. That's pretty strong. Not really laurels, but if you describe a wreath as being a wreath of anything other than laurels, people assume they're supposed to nail it to their door at Crimbo rather than put it on their heads. A weapon. Bushwhacker. Muscle and stench resistance. Getting hit with this is like when you're a kid and you jump in a pile of leaves, but it turns out a big log hid inside of it. And then you lose like half your teeth. Some booze. Bush gin. This is gin, you think. At the very least, clear liquid squeezed from parts of the bush, which you're pretty sure is the legal definition of gin. A salad. Ha ha ha. Magic confused salad. Bowl of leaves totally counts as a salad. Silent your pistol. Place a silencer to the barrel of your iron shooting iron. Silented. Hmm. Maybe we can talk more to her, figure some stuff out. Try not to kill any of the ghosts, because there's achievement for not killing any of the ghosts. Guess as good as mine. I have to imagine he's got far the heck away from Crisco as he could, though, if he's the one that escaped. Hmm. Hmm. Dried decorative plants. Horrifying. It says boo. Oh. So what haven't we tried? Still need to get tea. We still need to figure out the lawyer's problem. We have the tea set, and I know I can get hot water from down here. Hmm. That's enough. Pull out some spiders and fight them. Make hot mud some more. Hmm. I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, but it's a bit of a long shot, rather. But maybe if we have enough um leaves, we can use that to use the old bean. That was the wrong spell, but it still worked. To make tea. How many leaves do I have? 7. Hmm. That's only 1 leaf. $11 leaves. You know, I didn't try using the leaves what I was in the boiler room, so maybe that does something? I should have gone with the well, not with the coal chute. Silly me. Nope. Hmm. Not inventory. Go back to the coach for the quick travel back out. So we got tea service from the parlor. It would make sense to be somewhere in the kitchen, but not the spice rack, not that, not the lard. Hmm. Nothing in there. This is all just pants. There isn't an actual tea room. And I can't interact with any of the freezy stuff in there. Oh, whoops. Rat sit. Stuff with nice throw pills on. Well, this kind of smells like chili. Wonder why. Hmm. Gotten far from Frisco. This place is kind of far from Frisco, probably. It's not really, no one's really sure where it is. Rat. Polish a horse instead of a rope. Let's try teeth. Tin sausage used to mince trees. Hmm. Where to fucking go? Like, I'm almost thinking I'm gonna have to head back to the main map for the lawyer ghost. It looks like there's something like right here, but can't interact with anything there. Bowling championship ring. It's a lot of melee attack and a lot of armor. Must have been stuck in one of the finger holes. Probably won't get caught. Almost certainly won't get caught. There might be something in the billiards room, but we would need some way to reach all the way up. And I can't think of anything. Music room. Nothing else in here. Sunflower. He wasn't a Dave. I don't think. I mean, I'll check the Dave yard. be. Hmm. I don't want to have to look up the solution saying the puzzles, but I may end up having to. Because I am so fucking stumped. Shucks, don't mention it. Excuse me. Hmm. Okay, nothing else here. Oh, forgot a lamp. Don't want to look it up, but I am so out of ideas right now. Two on the third. There's two up there? So we got the T-Kid and the lawyer. Oh, I get it. The last one's Mrs. Gunn. Hmm. Didn't know you could play pool like that. Like what? Like someone who's never played pool before and only a few minutes ago read geometry textbooks and then got real lucky. Say, dedicated, see the pants flyer. Would have tried to get far away from anything else I can talk to her about? Got a question for you. Any idea where I could start? Yeah, as far the heck away from Frisco as he could. If he's the one to escape. Okay, furthest from Frisco probably is probably Dirtwater or maybe Humming Cave. Trying to find a guy named McCready. Possibility might pass through here about 17 years ago. Pass through, we don't stamp passports here. Stay for a while, might have forwarding address. Check, please. Alright, them books could use a dust. I did not look this up, just checking. Pull some big ledgers out of her desk and blows a huge cloud of dust. 17 years, around 78 then, 76, 77, 78. Got Matt McCready. That the one? That's him. No foreign address, but you could ask his old place. Just out to the northwest of here. Let me see your map. Alright, got Desert House. That's the one. M. McCready stuck to his guns. Dig up the grave. Dig up your shovel until you wooden coffin hit the lid. You open the skeleton blinks at you, or, well, it doesn't, but anyways. Are you guilty, McCready? Wow, I ain't heard that nickname. What year is it? 1895. 17 years. No, I tell a lie. There was that one time 8 years ago. Same McCready that escaped the gallows during an eclipse? Well now, since statute of limitations expired, I might as well fess up. Yep, that was me. Real sweet plan too. Apart from one little hitch, went off smooth as silk. Even worked in a little misdirection to lead a lot of them other two fellers instead of me. Serves them right too, they were real murderers, not like me. I never killed man except in a fair fight. Except for that one little hitch you mentioned. Miscalculated how long they delayed the trial. So in order to not miss the eclipse, he called for a trial by combat. Oh, well, yep, that's the truth of it. You're blaming me for Miss Wainwright's death, I suppose. Why didn't you trust her? She could have gotten declared innocent. She had a real good head on her shoulders, sure, but so did that prosecutor fella. I didn't rate the odds better than 50-50, not good enough. And anyway, trial by combat was part of her job. She should have been ready. That stinks. She trusted you. She's a ghost now because she feels guilty about losing that trial. I've spent ages trying to convince her you weren't innocent, and she backed you every step of the way despite the fact you got her killed, and you don't even care? Hell, you bite your tongue, Sonny, you don't know me. Don't care. I did what I felt I had to do to stay alive, and I felt damn guilty for what happened to Miss Wainwright, but I ain't taking all the blame for it. No, sir. She'll tell you herself she should have been better prepared, just like she told me that day. Apologizing with her last breath. I gave up gunfighting for her. Gave up the only thing I live for. That's how I felt about it. You gave up gunfighting? Weren't easy, but I did. Bought this house, bought this land, raised some chickens, had a little vegetable garden. Place has gone to hell since I died. That's a shame. Anyway, I never fired my pistol again. Not even a damn fence post. It's not what says on your grave. Oh, read it again. That's the fellow what killed me having a little ironic joke, I reckon. Someone killed you? You're only the second person to track me down. First was 9 years after the trial. Vic Tinsbury, brother. Hunting for revenge. Challenged me to a duel. I told him I ain't doing that no more. He asked again, and I said no. He hollered at me, and I took my pistol out into the closet and threw it at his feet so you could see how the cylinder was rusted shut. Cocked his gun and asked me one last time, and I said no, and last thing I remember is the bang. Jeez. Kinda buried me, though. Guess it weren't all bad. Do you want to see Felicity again? Take you to her ghost. Nah, I reckon I'll just go back to sleep. Ain't right, a dead feller walking around. Just tell her sorry for me, alright? Here, give her my pocket watch. She'll recognize it. McCready pocket watch. Matt Guilty McCready's fancy silver pocket watch. Even after being buried for 9 years, it still chimes the hours. That's pretty fucking good. Alright, bye. So long, McCready. Now, T. Post office. Not the jail. Hot dog. Curiosity and Bean. Tony's. Liquid bread. Books. A vacant lot. Button Willow's store maybe would have tea. Guess I'll just check everywhere that could be a store. I do have one other idea. The hippies. No, that's Bones. That's the philosophizer. Mushrooms. I don't remember what I pulled out of there. Mushrooms. I'm not making mushroom tea. Which actually doesn't even contain mushrooms, from what I understand. I don't know why I'm going here. Lazy A Dude Ranch, they were growing stuff. Redwood, maybe? I doubt it, but... I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be... what's it called? XP, but... Yep. Well, I've at least got one thing I can do real quick. Who knows, maybe once I free that guy from being scared of Lawyer Ghost, I can get something from him to get tea. I have a question for you. Ready for this? Found McCready's grave. Wasn't executed. You're 100% certain it's him, not some other man with greedy. Was him. Here, he gave me his pocket watch to give to you. Turns the watch around in her hands for a while, just looking at it without saying anything. Then she slowly winds it and listens as it chimes the hour. Yes, this is his watch, alright, thank you. Wait, you said he gave it to you? He's alive? Not exactly. He's a skeleton. We talked for a while and then he asked me to bury him again so he could go back to sleep. What did he say? Confirmed our guesses. He knew about the eclipse in advance and stalled the trial for his escape plan. Stalled it too long and decided to hedge his bet by calling for the trial by combat. Gave up gunfighting. What? Bought a little house and raised chickens. Never fired his pistol again. Back, left it to rust. 9 years later, Timsbury's brother caught up to him and challenged him to a revenge match. McCree refused repeatedly, so the guy shot him. He said to tell you he was sorry. She looks at you silently for a moment, then looks at the watch. She winds the hands back a minute and listens as it chimes again. She sighs and shakes her head, then smiles at you. Thank you, Garfield. Make a damn fine attorney. An ace attorney. Shakes your hand, face from view as she does so, leaving her attorney's badge in your hand. Plus 17 to all damages. Felicity Rainwright's attorney badge. One good turnabout deserves another. Instead of Phoenix Wright, it's Felicity Wainwright. Ripperoni and Pepperoni, counselor. No, I took care of her. Oh, thank God, I've got to wash this flower off and get back to work. But first, starts frantically scratching every part of his body. Man, feels like I've been saving up these itches for days. I was about to go crazy. Thanks, Garfield, you're a lifesaver. No problemo. Took you up a souvenir photograph. That's not gonna get me any tea. If it had been this, I would have been so fucking mad. I should have just fast traveled out of here. Thanks for your help. One ordeal. No problem. How's the itching? More or less better. I mean, hygiene is what it is in this day and age, you know? Like a souvenir photograph, only 200 meat. Gun Manor photo. Souvenir photograph of Gun Manor. Looking at it reminds you of the time you visited Gun Manor and bought a photograph of it. Hey, then smile. Wait a second. This is a photograph of the house. Yep, official Gun Manor souvenir photo. Why'd you take a picture of me then? Oh, that's just for our records. Okay. Hmm. Nope, nothing. Candy, leave. No tea to be had here. Tea. Tea. It is crazy that knowing I need to find tea and having the tea service doesn't change anything of what Boiler does. Hmm. Hey, only skill of mine that ain't maxed out is wary. How many leaves we got? 13. We've gotten all the ghosts except for one, maybe two. So there's just the two on the top floor, and one of them I'm pretty sure is Mrs. Gunn. Nothing else can be interacted with in here. Hmm. It feels like I'm missing something. Something huge. But I cannot for the life of me figure it out. Obviously. And it's midnight. So I need to wrap the stream up. Hmm. I'm sorry for not being super talkative right now, but I'm genuinely just at a loss. Trapdoor in the ceiling. Bet you aren't 11 feet tall. Either that's a shortcut from from something that you access through Mrs. Gunn's room, or you need a ladder or something. Let's see. Hmm. Such that. What? Yes, this is where everyone's bedrooms are. Man, this place just keeps going. So many rooms having so many things. What even for being? Well, the advantage of being super rich is that you can buy a bunch of stuff without caring what it's for. Crazy. No argument there. You just want to kill, so you're no help. Music. What's goblin music like, Gary? Oh, very good. A new goblin instrument is a goblin inventor inventing soon ago, in fact. Kind of expensive? No, a guitar and piano, both it is being a keytar, we are calling it. Huh, weird. Fine. Hmm. Apparently, I got really close, but just missed it because of course. Oh, sure, a lot of newspapers here. Someone in the hedge probably subscribing when on vacation. No, no, wait. So look like different newspapers? Weird. This is interesting. A Frisco Examiner article about better living. I feel better already. Better living through news. +1 till 3 M's. Nice. Whee! Nice and put a toilet out here for people who get lost in the maze. Flush it. Huzzah. So, south, south, north, east, north, east. Font of knowledge. 350. Nice. North, west, south, west. Which this one? Nope. Cache of dynamite. Okay, am I just dumb? I mean, yes, but... You're supposed to be able to get... like, there's supposed to be like a herb garden or... something. Wait, what? God fucking damn. Meat bush. Didn't think they could grow in this climate. 300. Frisco poppy. Shockweed extract. Arch is overgrown to the point of impassability. Undergrow it. Loco weed. Clownwort. Wild tea bush. Pluck some leaves and drop them in the pot. Part of your tea service. Tea service. With tea, steaming pot of tea, and all the cups you need to serve it to a maximum of 4 sophisticates. That's infuriating. Sure did. Here you go. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. She serves the tea. The 4 of you, okay, well, not the doll, sip it with your pinkies extended in genteel fashion. Now with a giggle and wave, she fades away. Rest, rip, and piss. Thank God, I thought that would never be over. Look at me, I'm shaking like a leaf. Kind of a freaky situation, right? Having to deal with kids freaks me out bad enough. Having to interact with ghosts of one was horrifying. Anyway, thanks for the rescue. Need to get back. What do you do here? Run the candy counter, the visitor center. Good thing you have a job that doesn't deal with kids, then. Fire flavored candy stick. gunpowder flavored candy stick, steel flavored candy stick. Okay, not super worth it, but I think that's all the ghosts. Go up to the third floor and we'll knock on her door and be like, Garfield and Flowers, the ghost hunters, Florence and Garfield. Whatever. Do feel significantly less haunted. Did you get rid of all the ghosts? We sure did. Actually, my scanner still says there's still one. Yes, ma'am, all ghosts accounted for. That's blank. Come right in. Thanks. How we doing, Florence? What's on your mind? Knew she was a ghost all along? Sure. Yeah, I have my suspicions. Most be more in tune with all this narrative stuff than I am. Yeah, you get used to it. Hello, Mrs. Gun. Garfield, was it? Thanks so much for getting rid of all the ghosts for me. Turns out there's one left. Oh dear, I'll need to take care of it before I can repay you. Miss Gun, I've got some bad news for you. What's that? You too, you're a ghost. Well, I'll be when that happened, I want my condolences. Well, thank you, you're very kind. You know, this does explain some things. Like what? Well, I haven't had any appetite for months. Nearly a year, in fact. They keep sending food up from the kitchen in the dumbwaiter, but I've just been dropping out the window and setting the empty plates back so the chef wouldn't have her feelings hurt. It's also the fact that you're, well, translucent. Translucent. Yes, I thought it was just cataracts. Miss Guns, this prompts a question, you know. What's that? Why are you a ghost? I'm not sure I know. You're the expert. Perhaps you can tell me. Actually, that's me. I'm the expert. Do you have some kind of unfinished business? Something that's trying to tie you to this place? Now that you mention it, I suppose you do. It's her missing husband. Entire family disappeared a few years ago. Husband and daughters. Yeah, I heard about that. Sorry for your loss. Sheriffs suspect they've been kidnapped for ransom, but no one ever made any demands. They just vanished and found out what happened. I always thought they were taken away by ghosts. Why do you think that? I always felt guilty about how many people have been killed by invention. The belt buckle? The gun. Oh, right. I used to worry that their ghosts would come back to haunt me. When I built this house, I had an electrical anti-ghost field installed in the walls of this room, so they couldn't get in. No way, awesome. Wait, doesn't it affect you? Sure it would if I attempted to walk through the wall, but it never occurred to me to try. Aha. After Dan and the girls disappeared, I became so sure the ghosts had gotten them, I locked myself in here after donating the rest of the house to the Historical Society so that there'd be someone to look after the place. Now I feel rather silly about the whole thing. Silly? I mean, ghosts do exist, obviously. Well, yes, but now that I'm a ghost myself, I can sense the presence of other ghosts. And they've only just arrived in this house yesterday, or the day before. That's when I called for an exterminator. You know, I didn't even question how I knew they were there. I don't think there have been any ghosts here before then. Why did they all show up yesterday? I couldn't say. They all seemed very angry and confused, but since like they couldn't get in here, they just gave up and started wandering around the house. Yeah, quite easily, actually. Maybe because you were already a ghost yourself. Well, Mrs. Gunn, what are we going to do with you? What do you mean? You did contract me for 13 ghosts, ma'am. You're the 13th. Oh, yes. Obviously, but I could simply renegotiate the number with you, but perhaps you should go ahead and exercise me, whatever it is. Rather find a more peaceful solution. What do you mean? Well, we can also release you from your ghostitude by solving the problem that's keeping you here. In your case, I guess it means finding out what happened to your family. I'm very grateful if you could. I assume they're all dead. To be honest, I've gotten used to that fact. You would surely like to know what actually happened. Alright, I'll do that. Break in case of attic. Break it. Attic opening stick. One of those sticks you use to open a trapdoor you can't reach by hand. You'd think there'd be a punchy name for this object, but you'd be wrong. Books about gun parts. We gotta turn off all the lamps. I don't know if it does anything, but I just want them all turned off. Vanity's elegant, not ostentatious. 24. Take a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror and think about all the things you've done. A lot of those were pretty cool. Open it. Gun Manor Belfry. Boxes old hats. They're old. Contains other boxes. Who the heck are you? I'm Garfield Madsen. But since I'm not the guy who's apparently hanging out in Mrs. Gunn's attic, I feel like you ought to be the one answering that question. Who am I? Well, that's just friggin' typical. I'm Chet Bullet, damn it. Supposed to have heard that name before? Yes, you damn well should have. Mrs. Gunn's invention would have been nothing without mine. Wait, let me guess. You invented the bullet. I thought for sure you were gonna say belt buckle again. Oh shoot, now I want to change my guess. Damn right I invented the bullet, but I was her assistant, so did I get any credit? Hell no. Sounds like you got an axe to grind. Not for much longer. Ah, geez, yeah, looks like we found the bad guy. Okay, Chet, go and tell us the details of your whole nefarious plan. I don't care much for your tongue. Why should I tell you anything? Well, could just set you on fire with my mind, but I prefer words to incoherent screaming. Too late for you to stop me anyway. Supposing what couldn't hurt to tell you. Sorry, not as much as not telling me. When Miss Gunn dies, control of the company and patents passes to me. I'm no murderer, mind you. I like to keep my hands clean. I figured there might be some other people who'd have a bone to pick with her, considering their manner of death. Summoned all those ghosts? That's right, all it took was some basic seance equipment wired up to the house's belfry for amplification. A snap for a mechanical genius like me. Seance gear summons ghosts related to the summoner. That's the whole point of a medium, a person who knows how to direct the summoning on someone else's behalf, so you get to talk to your own grandma instead of the summoners. You don't seem like the medium type to me. More like a small. That does explain something I've been wondering about. Oh? Didn't make sense for all of the ghosts to be here by haunting Mrs. Gunn because some of them weren't killed by guns, but they were all killed by bullets. Naturally, I anticipated there'd be a few of those. That's why I read this room with an anti-ghost field, which I cleverly boosted so that ghosts couldn't even sense me up here. So your plan was to summon a bunch of angry ghosts who would initially be looking for you, but would haunt Miss Gunn instead when they couldn't find you. Correct, and once they've haunted her to death, Gun Industries will all be mine. I hate to be very bad news, but Miss Gunn's dead. Right side, she's been dead for years, so you pretty much wasted your time. What? Really? I'm rich, now I just need to get out of here without all those ghosts spotting me. Yeah, the ghosts are gone too. Also, achievement, #1 with a bullet. Discover the true secret of Gun Manor. All the ghosts are gone too. So you're pretty much in the clear. Wonderful, the anti-ghost field is pretty effective, but it was starting to make the back of my brain itch. Flips a switch on an electrical device, and you suddenly become aware of the absence of extremely low-frequency hum right on the edge of your hearing. Something else I wanted to ask you about. What happened to Mrs. Gunn's family? Oh, them? They've been out of the picture for years. I heard a rumor Dan got killed by desperados and buried in a shallow grave out in the backside of nowhere. Of course, I wouldn't actually know anything about that. Lucky for me, since I couldn't have inherited the company with him around or the daughters. You son of a... Relax, the girls are fine. I'm not a monster. Pretty sure you're a monster. It's a weird little island kingdom somewhere on the other side of the ocean. Apparently, it's stuck in some kind of bizarre temporal field that keeps nearly anyone from entering or leaving. Can't even find the place if you don't know how. Fortunately, I know a guy who knows how, so I gave the girls 3 free tickets to sleepaway camp. Wasn't that nice of me? You're an absolute bastard. Aw, that hurts my feelings. Fortunately, I'm about to have a whole lot of money to console myself with. Hold on, we should talk to Mrs. Gunn first, before you tear this ass a new hole. I thought you said she was dead. Depending on what she says, you might be too. Dresser's now dressed as a ghost, more boxes covered up furniture. Hi, Miss Gunn. We managed to find anything out? Yeah, I have good news and bad news. Chet Bullet had your husband killed and your daughters kidnapped, so he'd be the sole inheritor of your company when you died. He's also the reason all the ghosts were here. That son of a... I should have suspected something when he suddenly started being so ingratiating back then, and when he wrote off desperados on his expense account. I'd write him out my will, but I suppose it's too late. That's rather galling. What's the good news? He says your daughters are safe. They're just on a magical island somewhere no one can get to? Not exactly comforting, but at this point I'll take it. Plainly, if he wanted to kill them, he'd have just done so. Wait, you spoke to him personally? Yeah. Yeah, he didn't know you were already dead. So he's been hiding in your attic for the last couple days, waiting for ghosts to kill you. What do you want me to do with him? I'll leave it up to you. I'm not in a state to make any reasoned judgment. In any case, you've answered my question, and I can feel myself moving on already. Thank you for all your help. Sad wave Mrs. Gunn fades from view. Then, almost as an afterthought, the lock on her desk drawer pops open. Inside, you find a check written out to Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services, which Flo snags with a cha-ching and a blueprint. Mrs. Gunn's blueprint. Blueprint represents what would have been the crowning achievement in Mrs. Gunn's career if she actually hadn't died before actually getting it into production. And the achievement was Spirit Guide. Deal with all 13 of the Gun Manor ghosts peacefully. Alrighty. Got a business to run. I kind of want to just kill him, get it over with. Not done with you yet. Wait here. Fast travel. Back down to the air. Because we're gonna go make another gun now that I know how to gun. Make Mrs. Gunn's opus. Mrs. Gunn's opus. Magnum opus. Follow directions on the blueprint and construct a final gift to the world. +9 to the 3 M's. Best gun Miss Gunn never got the chance to make. I would commit so much violence in her name. A Magnum opus. Make a silenter. But we're gonna silent it. I was wearing a spittoon hat for maximum damage. Seeing how we're gonna go and murderate Mr. Bullet. I am looking very pale. I mean, tricky with all the internal bleeding. Immune to direct attack. Jet bullet. Increase mysticality. Let's see here. Use the old beam. Activate the bean shield. Bean golem. Bean wall. And then actually do Dark Howdy. Yeah. Impervious to direct attack. Ah. Oh, wow, that was loud. Smelling salts, so I can tooth rain. Oh, dang gap rabbit. Okay, I give up. 150, a ton of bullets. Falls to his knees, decide to let him dangle for a minute while you rifle through his stuff. Hooray. Beat the hell out of Chet Bullet, then hog time and drag him down to the visitor center. Employees assure that they'll hand him over to the sheriff of whatever jurisdiction this is. Good. Well, that's it. You reckon you brought some reckoning to Gun Manor. Not the best possible reckoning, mind you. Maybe there's a better way to deal with Chet. I mean, there definitely is a better way to deal with Chet. I don't know why I said maybe. Anyway, feel free to poke around the grounds for loose ends, looking for loose ends to wrap up. You're pretty much done here. Holy cow, there's some really big bells hanging above you. This house has the biggest bells of them all. More science stuff. It's nice. Nice clear tones. I didn't even realize I could continue walking over there. Found something for you. Beta Blast. Unfortunately, there's no going back. What the hell? Oh, it was her. I don't think just letting him go would have been the right way to do it either. But I don't really know what would have been. Just tapping up for a second to look at Steam. There's 3 achievements. I'm missing 8 achievements total. 3 of them that are showing. One is being in hard mode. Another is beating in hard mode in a single day. Yeesh. And then another one is killing all the ghosts. And those are the 3 I know of. I think I am going to achievement hunt this game. There's only 8 left. I'm not looking forward to doing hard mode, because from what I remember, it kind of sucks ass. But that's for later. I'll look up what I'm missing and figure out what I need to do in between streams. But anyways, thanks for coming by, and I'll catch y'all later. Take it easy.